Just a sound check for everybody joining in. Good morning. Good seeing all of you. Just talking a little bit so you can check your sound.
Morning.
Looking forward to spending the day. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Amina. Morning again to everybody joining. We're just admitting more people into the session. Lots of colleagues are coming in, also talking a little bit so you can check your sound. Welcome at the event. We will be with you in 3 minutes' time. Good morning, everybody. We're still admitting lots of people into the session, but while we're doing that, good to see all the faces again, and great welcoming you at the event. Our host, Prof. Naveen Pisa, will do the official welcome just now. Let's talk a little bit about housekeeping quickly before we start, and while we're still admitting more people. Um, Please keep yourselves on mute. With this webinars, just refresh our minds. Webinars, you can do in two fashions, in a webinar or a meeting fashion. We're doing it in a meeting fashion because we like it during the questions and answers that people can unmute and ask questions and so on, which you can't do in a webinar format. There, only the panelists can unmute and so on. But we have to be strict in terms of muting ourselves if we're not even talking. Otherwise, obviously, we have too much background noises and so on. So we will appreciate if you can keep yourself on mute. Once recognized, then we can obviously give you opportunity to ask a question um, during the session and the questions and answer session. All right. So, ladies and gents, I would like to show you our program. Let me just get my screen sorted out here. So there's our program, and we're talking the fourth industrial revolution and electric vehicles, the 3rd of March 2022. Ladies and gents, and we're being hosted by the Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies, Africa, of the University of Johannesburg. And we've been looking forward for quite some time for this event. It's going to be very exciting. You know that we've got even presenters from China and from Austria presenting, and obviously, of course, South Africa. So this is going to be an exciting day, and we really been looking forward to this. So after Prof. Nadine has done the welcome, then we'll start with our event. We're not going to sit and read through the program, but you can see our international speakers are first up. Roland Yang from China, Huawei Technology, and Mr. Josie Spanek from Austria, and then Mr. Eric Perry from Volvo. They are going to do the first half of our event. And then we'll have questions and answers. So what we're going to do is we do not encourage questions and answers during the presentations. We will take questions and answers during the questions and answer session. You're welcome to use you'll see at the bottom of your screen, you should find a chat room there where you can use the chat room to ask questions and to greet each other. You're also welcome to click on participants at the bottom of your screen. There you will see other participants. You can mouse over your own name and change your name if need be. Sometimes the device name is displaying instead of your name. It's always great to see who's on the call. Yeah, so obviously the Transport Forum, and I must say it's actually March is our birthday. The Transport Forum now is 15 years old. We started in March in 2007 in the current format, so it's actually our birthday today, the Transport Forum. So over the past 15 years, we've had many presentations, and we will upload all our the presentations complimentary, to the website that you can download them. There are more than, there's almost 1,000 presentations already that you can download presented over the past 15 years. So it's one of the strongest knowledge bases, I think that one can think of in the transport sector that you can search through for presentations. And then obviously, because everything is complementary, we have valued sponsors making this possible. And I would like quickly to give recognition while we're still admitting people into the session. I would like to give recognition to our valued sponsoring organizations and associations. So let's quickly have a look at them. And what we do is we quickly, there's the second half of our program, sorry, I forgot to mention that. We've got Ibram Tukalia from Pegasus on behalf of JIS and DOT, and they're going to talk about the DOT EV regulations project. We've got Mr. Williams here, the Western Cape. We've got very nice governmental representation here, and also how is the charging points across South Africa looking. And Mr. Karel Snyman, a well-known solar energy specialist, going to give us more light on the applying principles of alternative energy to your household and mobility. And then again, we will have questions and answers for you guys to be able to ask the panelists some questions and so on. So that's a great program. Just admitting more people here. So let's have a look at our valued associates and sponsors. We're blessed in having a formal industry associations associated with the Transport Forum. And I'm quickly going to work through that. What we do is, and with the sponsors, we display their slide, and the sponsors are welcome to, voice and say, okay, they want to say a few words about their organization. Otherwise, I just highlight a few points on the important slides. So our associations, we start here with the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. So the members make a major contribution to facilitating trade within South Africa. The member companies manage over 80% of South Africa's international trade. So definitely an association that you need to be a member of, should you be in the freight forwarding industry. Then we have the South African Express Parcel Association, a representative body, voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa, and we know how popular this industry is nowadays, making a major impact on our supply chains. So it's great having them on board. Thank you very much, Saipa. We've got SABOA, South African Bus Operators Association, representing the South African bus and coach industry. They've been with us also for quite some time. We're also supporting them with the convention in June this year as the Transport Forum, so it's great having them on board. We've got ARIA, South African Rail Industry Association. They're spending lots of time and effort in getting our rail system in South Africa up to speed again, and also a lot of focus on the rail industry and third-party access to the country's railway network. Very important work that they are doing indeed. Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport in South Africa is a professional body committed to the advancement of logistics and transport. So Catherine Larkin and them are doing very good work in supporting the Transport Forum as well on what they do. And there we've got our formal media houses associated with the Transport Forum. Obviously, there are many more doing that, but these people are in a formal relationship with the Transport Forum. So we're looking at Freight News. I don't know if there's somebody from Freight News who want to say a few words, perhaps. Established, innovative, effective. Now, media was founded in 1953 by John Nash and continues to be run as a family business by Dave, second generation, and Anton, third generation Nash. Excellent for the logistics industry. We need to subscribe to this magazine to be kept up to date what's happening in our industry. Railways Africa magazine, published weekly online, all about rail infrastructure. And engineering news. Let me play you a video from engineering news. They kindly share the video with us weekly.
Hello and welcome to the roundup of this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 4 March 2022. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly Deputy Editor for Features Nadine James writes that preparations are underway for the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement's long implementation voyage. The processes meant to facilitate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement are gaining momentum, with African countries hoping to leverage the opportunities created by the emerging single market to drive their pandemic recoveries and enhance their growth. The engineering news features focus on plastics, packaging, and printing, where PVC recycling is on the rise. Steel, where an acquisition will boost a company's steel aspirations. And cranes and hoists, where a local crane company's innovation shines in a competitive environment. The Mining Weekly features focus on gold, where mining experts say innovation is the key to South Africa's gold mining. And environmental protection, where a filter press installation is nearing completion. This week's business leader is Bongani Khoza, MD of BFG Africa. And as this week's cartoon shows, some of the crime stats included in the report covering the third quarter of the 2021-22 fiscal year are beyond upsetting. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly, the magazine that offers you news about developments in the real economy. Happy reading and see you next time.
Thank you very much, Engineering News. Let's get our sponsors up again. So let's look at our gold sponsors. This is actually our platinum sponsor, Ctrack. They've been part of the transport forum actually since inception. And it's making your assets and inventory and everything always visible and much more. And it is definitely a necessity today in the world we're living in to have everything visible and to have vehicle security, safer driving, and more efficient fleet operations. Ctrack is a must. Thank you, Ctrack, for your kind platinum sponsorship. Don't know if Christina or somebody want to say a few words more about Ctrack. I'm doing the hard work alone again this morning. Good. University of Johannesburg, Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies, Prof. Nadine Bisa. Prof. Nadine, I don't know if you want to say a few words, but she's going to do the official welcome just now. Prof. Nadine, I don't know if you want to say a few words now.
No, Harry, I'll reserve them for later.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your support, Prof. Nadine. They actually been part of the transport also since inception. DISCO, internationally endorsed training programs and local accreditation. Somebody from DISCO, perhaps? Verde Cargo, leading cargo airline providing express airport-to-airport solutions and related services to the courier and express logistics industry. Thank you, Verde Cargo. Zutari, somebody from Zutari, perhaps? Consulting engineers, ladies and gents, of note, many years as gold sponsor of the Transport Forum as well. Ability, niche insurance products since 2011, commercial insurance underwriters, bus and coach insurance specialists. And another gold sponsor is Indre Risk Services, one of South Africa's largest independent brokers offering personal, business, and specialist risk and insurance advisory services. Unitron, somebody from Unitron, perhaps. Innovation, expertise, delivered. Unitron Supply Chain Solutions, the transportation and logistics company, have been unlocking value in supply chains in various sectors of the sub-Saharan economy since 1962. Definitely organization to talk to. Thank you, Unitron. Global Trade Solution offers customs connect and consulting services, imports and exports. Very important that you talk to these people. Thank you, GPS. Standard Bank, somebody from Standard Bank perhaps. So Kathy Bell from Standard Bank, they've been supporting us many years, also very much involved in the road transport management system. So great having them on board and their gold sponsorship. Thank you very much, Standard Bank. Cuba, somebody from Cuba. Isaac, you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Harry. Cuba, we actually part of the ICM Mobility Group, and we operating in Johannesburg, in France, in Italy, and we actually have got over 30 years experience in this industry, and we actually specialize in automated fare collection solutions that enable agencies and operators to deliver a streamlined ticketing experience to the passengers, and we actually giving access to the best value fares and the most convenient payments, and giving options for all our commuters' journeys. Thank you very much, Harry.
Thank you, Isaac. Excellent, Cuba. Thank you for your gold sponsorship. Really appreciate that. Easy Clear, somebody from Easy Clear, leading software provider for the customs and clearing industry. Thank you, Easy Clear, for your support. Then Huawei, I don't know, Ronald, do you want to say quick? Jordan, you want to say a few words quickly about Huawei?
Yeah, we just support the transportation business development, and thank you for Harry to give us the opportunity to share some information, share the knowledge with you. Very glad. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. We really appreciate it. Huawei has been gold sponsor with the Transport Forum for 2 years now, so we're very proud in having the Huawei brand associated with the Transport Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Jordan's also going to do a presentation just now. JC Auditors, somebody from JC Auditors. Accredited Road Transport Management System and International Standards Organization certification. Important that your organization is compliant nowadays. These are the people to talk to be in compliance. Ubunya Capital, knowledgeable people, especially focusing on the taxi industry insights. You need to talk to them. You see the Magelda as the person to talk to. Thought leadership and public transport. So those are our sponsors. We also got Volvo supporting us today. Eric, my apologies, I didn't put on Volvo's logo on this slide. My apologies, Volvo supporting us also today. We'll make up to you, Eric. But Eric is going to do a presentation today from Volvo as well. We're looking forward to that presentation. So let's give a hand to all our sponsors, and thanks to them, they're making this Transport Forum possible. Just a reminder for the business directory of the Transport Forum. We outsource this to Olga Mashilu from Mulweng Consultant, one of our BEE initiatives. It's only 450 rands per year for you to get listed in this business directory. Very popular. You can contact Olga, she will support you to get listed. There's Olga's number, you can take it down and take a picture of the screen. Very well categorized, and people are telling us, you can look on the web and see the company is getting lots of leads and views on the business directory. The Transport Forum website is extremely popular. So there we go. We're saying there are more than 2,000 unique visitors. We're actually on this stage more than 7,000 unique visitors every month on this website. But the presentations you see presented today and those that have been made available will be uploaded to this website for download afterwards. And there's the URL, transportseek.com, Seek for Special Interest Group. And you need to log in, that's the deal, also to protect us. So before you can download our presentations, you need to log in using a password. Should you not have an account yet, you can create your own complimentary account by selecting sign up, and that will take you through a simple little registration process, and you can sign up. Once you've then logged in After you've signed up, then you can go to events and downloads, and you should get a very simple little search engine, but very powerful. So in the top field there, you can type in a person's name or a topic that you're searching for, and you hit search, and it'll search through those 15 years worth of presentations, and you can download them all for free. Or you can go to category and you can select the day's date, and then you can open up all the presentations presented today. So it's very, very powerful. All right, ladies and gents, so without further ado, then I want to get to our program and for today. And I would like to introduce you to our host of today, Professor Nadine Pisas. Is the head of the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management of University of Johannesburg, and she's going to do the welcome for us. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you and host this transport forum today. As Harry has indicated, the institution hosting the transport forum today is the Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies. It is housed in the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at the University of Johannesburg. This is an institute that houses the research and postgraduate students in the department. And our main aim as the institute is to conduct innovative and evidence-based research, offer customized training, and disseminate information in transport and supply chain management. As we are all aware, we are currently in the future as we thought it was 10 years ago. 4IR and electric vehicles are no longer things of the future. They are happening today. I think Harry has shown us that we are already in the realm of 4IR as we have transitioned the transport forum to be virtual. This has enabled us to have participation from global speakers and has enhanced our reach and our networks. So similarly, we find that in the world of transportation, as well as supply chains themselves, they are no longer immune to these new advancements and new developments. For the longest time, as economists, we have researched the associations between economic growth and transport, trying to find ways to enhance both transport efficiencies and maximize economic growth. But however, with this has always come with the challenge of greenhouse gas emissions and the adverse impacts on the environment. As a result, the focus on environmental impact has continued to grow, both from academic research as well as industry initiatives to try and reduce impacts on the environment. As we have found in literature, a lot of research is focused on trying to minimize the adverse economic effects generated by positive economic growth. In particular, with transport, a lot of research, both in engineering and in transport economics and management, has tried to ensure and find ways to minimize the environmental emissions caused by transport and transportation systems. As a result, we find that electric vehicles are starting to be that solution, and it is starting to be realized in practice as companies are building vehicles, both passenger and freight, to minimize the environmental impacts. Similarly, a lot of infrastructure is required to support these new drives in electric vehicle manufacturing. As you are aware, South Africa significantly depends on the automotive industry. It is prudent for us to start thinking and start putting in place infrastructure and policies to support the future of the automobile industry. In 2030, when the UK bans traditional motor engines, our industries must have transformed to meet the new demands of the new world order. As a result, we are proud to be associated with the Transport Forum and to host this session today. You will find this session to be very informative, as we have world-class presenters who will give us insights into the developments in the electric vehicle realm, both from industry as well as from government. I want to close by thanking Harry for this opportunity to collaborate with the Institute, and also take this opportunity to invite our industry partners and stakeholders to collaborate with us on research, particularly in this interesting topic on electric vehicles. I also want to invite interested candidates who want to pursue their masters and PhDs in emerging and topical areas and topics such as this very interesting topic that we are hosting today. I look forward to interacting more with you and wish you all the best. Thank you very, very much, Harry.
Thank you so much, Prof. Nolene, and thank you for all your guidance and support during the years. We really appreciate for University of Johannesburg making this Transport Forum possible. We really appreciate it, and also for supporting us, today. All right, ladies and gents, let's have a look at our program quickly again. So our first presenter today is Mr. Jordan Yang. He is the Managing Marketing Director, Intelligent Charging Network of Huawei Technology. He's presenting from China. He's talking about electric vehicle market developing insight and key technology innovation for fast charging infrastructure. Thank you very much, Jordan. We really appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you all. So let me share my screen.
Thank you.
Huawei. And today I'm going to share with you some of our studies and researches regarding the EV market insight and the key technology innovations of the fast charging infrastructure. We have lots of numbers and figures, and today I make it to be concise as the time is limited, and I just share with you some of the highlights and some of our conclusions. Firstly, it's about the developing trend of the EV numbers. And in the left part, we can see that last year, the EV numbers is growing very rapidly. And for China market, there are 3.52 million new EVs sales in China. And especially in last November and last December, the penetration rate of new EV has exceeded 20%. So usually it's regarded that 20% new cars, let's be pointing. 20% penetration usually will be regarded as a breaking point. It means that it's widely accepted by the public. And also we take a look at the numbers in Europe. Also last year, 2021, the sales is 2.3 million new EV sales. Also the penetration rate exceeds 20%. So this means that the EV is widely goes into our daily life. And in the other hand, we also take a look at the infrastructure. According to the government of China, the planning report for the construction of the charging piles, and the ideal number of the ratio of car to pile is 2:1. That means for every 2 cars, there should be 1 charging pile that existed in the parking lot. But now we also look at the number of 2021. We have 3.52 million new EV, but at the same time, the new DC fast charging piles only have 3,500 new DC charging. So the ratio of car to pile is only 10:1. So that means it's lag behind for the construction of the charging infrastructure. But at the same time, the global institutions and associations also, they are very optimistic about the construction, the market, the potential of the charging piles. We can see the numbers from here. For every new year in the following days, year after year, there are new big potential for the construction for the charging infrastructure. So this is the background. And then we take a look at the new vehicle models that is going to come into the market. And the first diagram is the China market, the new vehicles coming. That we can see that from this 2022 and to 2023, we can see that the new models, the charging power requirement is reach 400 kilowatt and also will improve to 600 kilowatt. And for the overseas market, and there are some branding here. The new vehicles, the charging power requirements for this year is somewhere around 300, and for next year it's going to reach 480. So it's a big power requirement from the vehicle. And also thanks to the technology progress and improvement, the battery in the vehicle, the performance also improved. And nowadays the average volume in a car is 80 kilowatt hour, somewhere around that. And start from next year, more and more cars is going to have 100 kilowatt hour volume battery. So it's going to support from 600 kilometer to 1,000 kilometers mileage for the traveling. So this is the electric vehicles requirements for the charging and for the battery, for energy storage. And then we take a survey, a look of the drivers, who will drive the car. And 3 years ago, the most majority of the drivers, they are for the purpose of public transportation, usually for taxi drivers and bus drivers, and usually for to serve others. And for this group of business, usually the drivers cares about the unit price of charging, how much unit dollar they pay for every unit of energy, because their purpose is to make money. So that's why the unit price is very important for them. But start from 2020, especially to now 2021, 2022, 80% of the new EV driver, they are private driver. They're buying the car for themselves. They are driving for themselves. So and also this number will reach 85% by 2025. It means that more and more private household drivers, they are accepting the EV. They are driving for themselves. So in this case, they are not only cares about the unit price, they cares more about the charging experiences, such as the charging speed, the charging noise, the charging weight of the charging pile, and also the interaction between the driver and the device, how the interface is good, the app software is good or not. So it's going to be more attention will be paid here. So this is another trend. And also in the following step, we also have a look of the charging scenarios. Usually for a person, we will spend a whole night at home, like rest and sleeping, 8 to 10 hours. And in the daytime, we usually work at our campus park, usually for like 8 or 10 hours. And during the noon time or weekend, we usually spend 1 to 3 hours to have lunch with friends or do shopping. And during holidays, we usually traveling among cities, and we will pass service zone in the highway. So for the first two scenarios, we have sufficient time. Usually the slow charging is enough, from 7 to 20 kilowatt to spend a whole night or a whole day. And for the noontime or weekend, 1 to 3 hours charging, we need the fast charging. Usually it's around 100 to 200 kilowatts. And for the service zone in the highway, when we're traveling among cities, usually the charging speed should be as fast as possible. It's better to be just like the petrol refilling speed, like the oil car. So in this case, the fast charging, the super charge is needed from 250 kilowatt to 480 kilowatt. And then we also make an interview of many real drivers, of many already exist operators, and also with the industry, with some governors, to collect the questions and concerns that they most cares about. So we make a conclusion in this page. For the drivers nowadays, they have anxious about the driving range, have anxious to where to find the charging piles, and also they cares about the charging experiences. And also, for example, we have a case that in last year, the Chinese National Day, lots of service zone in the highway, they have a long queuing. Maybe the charging only need 1 hour, but they spend over 4 hours for the queuing. So this is a bad practice already existed. And also for the existed charging devices, especially when the charging power is over 150 kilowatts, the noise is very high, 65 dB, and the weight of the charging gun and pile is very heavy, especially when it's a lady driver. It's very hard for her or for them to handle such kind of equipment. And for a charging station operator, usually they cares about the ROI of their investment, and they cares about how to make the good business, to make a virtuous circle of their business, how to make their money, make a good money. So, but for a city, usually they have limited electric power system. They have limited land or parking lot facility. So in this case, how to make the best use of the electricity and the land resources to serve the city traveling well. So this is one question need to solve. And also we make analysis that for the charging equipment that's already in service, but the utilization rate of the time and power is quite low, only 7%. Some good ones can reach 10%, but some bad ones only 5%. So the utilization rate is not very high. And so we think that how to improve the utilization rate, how to improve the end-to-end system efficiency to reduce the energy loss. So this is also our ideas when we are thinking about our ideas contribution to the industry. And then from the city level, from the government level, from the industry level, nowadays there are many not good quality products, many disorder competition. The reason is that 2 or 3 years ago, the government usually have allowance or subsidy to support the construction of the charging infrastructure. So when we have allowance against the devices, no matter you are a good device or bad device, it doesn't matter. You can get a tuition. So in this case, the market tend to choose the bad device because it's cheaper. And with the allowance, sometimes you don't need to pay more. It's actually free that you can get a charging equipment. But it turns out to be not very sustainable, not very effective. Some government already do some change to the allowance, how to make the allowance deployment. So this is also a trend of that is happening around us. And then, in order to support the transportation new business developing, the global associations now actively promote the upgrading of charging standards. That is some regulations, industry regulations, how to guide the market to do the deployment of the charging infrastructure. And in China now, we have 2 standards. That is we have one in ongoing is the GB standard committee, and we can see that now they are also upgrading the current. We are upgrading from 250 to 500 amp, and the charging voltage is 1000. And also they are promoting more functions, ordering charge, V2G, and improve the penetration rate. And also we are expecting a new standard, industry standard. It's called Chaoji standard. It's supported by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and also our state grid. And the idea is to say that we need high power DC fast charging, and it should be grid friendly, and it should support IOV platform and big data. And for the overseas, it's also the same. The industry charging standard is upgrading. The international is widely taking the IEC, and the voltage from 600 to 1000, current from 200 to 350. And Japan and US is more take the CHAdeMO, and also improve the voltage and current. And for Europe, and it's taking the charging CCS, also improve the performance, improve the voltage and current, and also their definition more functions, such as the combination of solar and battery and high power should be environment friendly, such as this. And behind these industry standards, actually, it's also a driven force for the progress, for the improvement of technologies in the bottom. The technology will support all the standards to move in. We divide it into 3 groups. The first one is the components. For the components, power components, it will improve from the 2nd generation semiconductor to the 3rd generation semiconductor, especially the silicon carbide and gallium nitride, the new semiconductor. And for the topology, we are going to evolve to the 3-phase PFC and LLC topology to make the heat dispensation to be good and the topology efficient to be more effective. And for AI, we include the big data strategy to make the whole system to be digitalized, to be intelligent, to make the whole system to be effective. And then our first opinion is that the charging infrastructure becomes a daily requirement, and the charging is as same important as water, electricity, and gas to the city. It becomes the resident life basic requirements. So regarding all the scenarios in the city, and we divided it into 3 groups. The first one is the resident scenario. Second one, distributed scenario. Third one, centralized scenario. And all these scenarios in a city, we should help to solve the problem for the driver, for the operator, for the industry development, and then to achieve our 4 targets, that is to support the industry to continuous development and to best utilization of the resource, to support operators to efficient operation, and then to help our citizens to have a green, convenient EV trip. So this is our first opinion. And to support this one network deployment of the charging infrastructure, there are some key technologies moving trend. We think that it's going to happen. The first trend is that it's about the PV plus storage plus energy coordination. In the left diagram is that we make a study that if the penetration rate of electric vehicles, the rate overpass 25%, it's going to influence the electricity performance. Sometimes it will cause a whole area sometimes to shut it down, because for the grid network sometimes it's not considering about a massive joint charging of EV. I also lived in Johannesburg for 2 years. That's 2013 and 2014 at the Rivonia Road. At that time, I also, especially during summer, at that time we find that from time to time at night we have a grid outage. This is happening because the grid supply cannot meet the overall requirements. There is a gap. So if we have more and more EV cars, it's going to more severe in this situation. So we look at the right diagram here. The black curve is a residential grid requirement, and the red curve is a charging requirement, and the purple curve is a mains supply capacity, the benchmark. So if the red line, the charging requirements, go overpass the mains benchmark. So in the traditional way, it's going to have a outage, the grid outage. So in the whole system in the future, there should be a power coordination. For example, during the daytime, if we have a peak, the PV panel should automatically join in to make the energy supply. And during the night, we have the energy storage system, the battery, to supply the energy. And during the daytime, if we have more energy from the grid, especially during the valley electricity price, we can use it to charging our battery to make the storage. So in this case, the system should be grid friendly and make the best utilization of all the energy resources. And then next one is about the supercharged high power charge. And we also make analysis that if for future, the 250 and especially 480 kilowatt charging is becoming widely used. If we taking the traditional technology, the air-cooled technology, the noise is going to be 80 dB, and the gun weight is going to be 45 kilogram, and the heat that needs dispensation is going to have 3,800 watts, and for 10 minutes charging can only support 200 kilometer. So then we need a new technology, that's the liquid cooling and high voltage structure. So by this one, we can reduce the noise to 57 at remote and 35 dB at the nearby. And the gun weight can reduce to 7.5 kilogram, and the heat only 1,400. And 10 minutes charging can support 500 kilometers. So this is a new second technology that is going to happening to support infrastructure to be better, to evolve to the future. And then also with days going on, with more charging piles connecting to the network, plus the other terminals, such as the PV, the battery, the parking lock, the cameras, the guiding lights, all of them coming together is going to be a large quantity. And the current stage is mainly depends on the manpower to do the maintenance. And according to our survey, nowadays the failure rate of the device is from 2 to 5%, and cost a lot of manpower to do the fixing and the device checking this thing. So we think in the future, the business is going to have two needs. First one is that device level needs to be intelligent and digitalized. So every device could collect the information and report the data to the cloud, and can carry the strategy and to manage themselves in a coordination way. And in the cloud, it should form a big data space with AI technology that can formulate the strategy that is needed in a network, how to make every device to cooperate with each other, and then pass the strategy downwards to the terminal and make them to execute the strategy. So the whole system is intelligent and a digitalized structure. And we also give some of our ideas about the benchmark. That is, online rate of the devices should reach 100%. And for the maintenance rate, every person can cover 100 parking place. And for the charge utilization rate of the power and the time should over 15%. And for the failure rate should below 0.1%. So these are our ideas for the technology. And then we give our design for the charging network that we should have a new generation intelligent charging. And it's one cloud, one network, 3 scenarios, and 6 features. And in the bottom is our root technology. And then in the left hand, we are open to the industry ecosystem. And in the right hand, we open to the product ecosystem. We open our modules and platforms share with the industry. And our charge platform, we have Supercharged, fast charge, and slow charge, covering the scenarios of distributed station, centralized station, and resident station. And for the whole charging network, in the left hand, it's grid friendly, that will not cause the grid to shut down and to make the utilization of all the resources. And in the right hand, it's EV friendly. That's our system can match 99% of the of EV models, and we can identify the battery type. We protect the battery lifespan prolong the lifespan, we protect the safety. And if there is an early risk, we can inform the driver, inform the cloud, and to reduce the risk rate. And in the right is our 6 features when we design the whole overall solution. That is ultimate experiences, green and efficient. That is improve the end-to-end efficiency by 1 to 2%. AI and cloud to improve the utilization rate. The convergence of PV and battery, convergence of fast and slow charge, and convergence of coordination of the power. Flexible evolution, that is that one-time deployment can fulfill 10 years smooth evolution, can meet the new car models of the future. And trustworthiness, it means that there is 0 accident, and it's all safety and long-term reliable. And then we make a breakdown that for Huawei role in the industry, that is, we focus on the root technology, focus on the core module and the platform. We share the technology with the industry. We just do the root technology part for Huawei, to do the R&D and share the strengths, share the technology with the ecosystem, and then to make a overall cooperated cooperation to the whole new transportation industry. And for our root technology, we divide it into 3 groups. The 3T, we call it 3T. The first T is watt, W-A-T-T. So what we do is we do the power, the 3rd generation semiconductor, 3-phase PFC. And for the power distribution, we do the double air arc conductor and so on. So by this one, we improve the efficiency, improve the power density, and enlarge the lifespan of the system. Second T, the heat, is more about the heat dissipation. We R&D the liquid cooling technology, some structure, and to make the efficiency to be better and the system to be cooler, to be more safety and reliable. And the 3rd T is the bit. BIT is the information technology, the AI technology. The system should be intelligent, unmanned O&M, and the power inside can be coordinated by themselves to flow to each charging terminal through the energy centralized pool. And ecology, that is open and supercharged and converge the charging ecosystem. Trustworthy is the charging safety and data safety of the whole system. And then in the end, just one last page is that for Huawei, we also do lots of research and development in the power and energy. And our business covers from the energy generation to the energy conversion and to the energy utilization. And by the end of last year, we already saved energy for 14.4 billion degrees, and it's similar to planting trees of 320 million trees. So this is our continuous contribution to the society to make a green world. So for the future days, I think we can just Huawei just keep on working on the core technology, the root technology, and then open with the industry, with the ecosystem, and we make a overall solution together to help the transportation to make the whole world to be greener and better. So that's all. Thank you. That's all my introduction.
Jordan, thank you so much for an extremely interesting presentation. I've learned a lot once again. And it's interesting actually to see a crucial charging infrastructure is becoming like a commodity. You know, one is not always thinking about things like that. And that's true what you're saying. You know, this is going to be a necessity in the future, charging infrastructure, because we're becoming so independent on this. The more electric vehicles there are, it's a no-brainer actually, but one doesn't realize. Thank you so much. Would you kindly stay online for the panel discussion later on, the questions and answers? I'm sure people would like to ask you some questions. There's already, I see, one question for you in the chat room. If you can have a look at that as well. Thank you, Jordan. Really looking forward to talking to you later on. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gents, yes, our next presenter is all the way from Austria. It's Mr. Johannesburg. He's the sales manager for Affordability. He's going to talk about e-mobility charging in Europe. What did we learn over the past 5 years? Thank you, Joe.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Harry, so much for having me today. Just trying to share my screen. I think it's working already.
Excellent. You can continue.
Yes. So warm greetings from cold winter here in Austria to the summer in South Africa. Wish I could be there with you. Thank you all for listening and having me. Today we talk about EV business, especially EV charging business, where my company is in. We're within the market since 10 years or more. So we have some insight how things changed and what we found out. Business relevant facts, which I would like to share with you today. Mouse is working. No, it isn't. Just a second, please.
Right page. There we go.
Yes, we are here. So, yeah, first a little bit of has to be, what's our business, what we're doing in the market and me. Then we are talking about 3 topics today. I want to give you some insight on the fragmented European EV charging market. Then go to the question, where exactly do EVs charge and what we can learn from it. And finally, we look at business cases and let's see how money makes the world go around and especially make the EV and charging market go around. My name is Joe Stepanek. I live, as I said, in Vienna, Austria. I'm with the IT industry since 2000, currently working as a sales manager at Has2B. How does this fit together? Has2B is a software provider. So we are a backend provider providing software only for EV charging. We do nothing else, just a white label backend provider doing all the IT stuff to make other people do the EV charging business. And of course, I'm a friend of Harry and the Transport Forum since many years, since my stay in Africa, where I was invited to have a presentations there. And so I'm very glad to be invited to make my presentation today here. About Has2B e-mobility. Yeah, established, experienced, innovative. That's really true. We are now 10 years here, 40 countries, 550 customers all around, all industries, lots of projects. Our center, our head office is in Radstadt. You might not know this city. It's a small town near Salzburg in Austria, but we also have offices in Vienna and Munich. Currently, we not have 100 employees. I think there are 120 or so. What has happened last year in November, I think, ChargePoint, which is a world market leader in charging business, took over Has2B. It's a big transaction. So ChargePoint is now a market leader in US and in Europe, at least at the acquisition of Has2B. To give you some idea of the size of Has2B, every 3rd public charging in Europe is done via our systems. So let's see what the customers of Has2B are. Customers come from many different industries. So example from oil and gas, energy utilities, also retailers. You know, of course, the brands VW, Audi, Porsche. These are typical customer of us. Ionity, for example, is the biggest CPO in Europe and is also our customer. Just a second, please. So sorry. So next slide. First topic we want to cover today is the European charging market. As I said, it's very fragmented. It's because all the players, all the let's say, energy players, so people who have to do with energy, are now trying to get a piece of the cake of EV charging. Of course, these are oil and gas, but as well, the companies who ever did supply energy. What's relative new is real estate. So these companies now need to bring charging equipment to real estates and also want to have a piece of cake. Automotive, also clear, VW, Audi, Porsche. These are companies who find out that if they deliver their EVs to the customer, they can put in a charging card as well and make their customers, being new customers, as energy supplier. Yeah, so the situation went in this direction, that we now have 650 charge point operators. And what is a charge point operator? This is the one who owns the equipment, who provides charging equipment on the street for public charging. On the other hand, there are the EMSPs or MSPs, mobility solution providers. These are companies that have a customer base. Think of a telco or think of retail customers, which say, hey, I can offer my customer as well charging services. I send them to these CPOs to do the charging. So they are also on the market and providing EV charging services. We have, at least in Europe, 80 EV charging station manufacturers, and they have 1,000 models. And as I said, has to provide a backend system. So we do the steering of these stations. And it's clear that we need to make sure that we can operate all these 1,000 models. They all speak the same language. We understand start, stop charging, do firmware updates, and so on. There's typical activities of a charge point management system, which we provide for CPOs. So it's a little bit a mess, and this leads also to regulations. So government is very active in this market and brought out legal and financial regulations, how charging has to be done, who cooperates with whom, must cooperate, must not cooperate. Very interesting market, but yeah, let's touch this a little bit later. It also comes to work for IT system integrators. So if everybody wants a piece of cake of this charging market, you later on have to integrate these pieces of systems and services into your IT ecosystems. Unfortunately, I can't go into depth with this one, but I'm glad to answer if you have questions later on or in the chat. Again, I want to stress this CPO EMSP thing, because it's really very, very important, at least here in Europe, because these are really two complete different businesses. So, for example, we have a real CPO here in Europe, the biggest one, it's Ionity. Ionity really only owns these stations. There is no Ionity app. There are no cards out there with the Ionity logo on it. They just provide the stations and wait for customers. Customers are be sent from this side here, from LA Charge and Plug Serving. Of course, there are companies like Salzburg AG, for example, or EnBW, that have equipment like that on the road, public charging, AC and DC chargers, and also have customer base, and send, of course, their own customers to charge at their own equipment. But they also want their customers to charge on other equipment, like on the Ionity stations. Or let's say EnBW also want enable their services on the Salzburg AG equipment. This is called roaming, very similar to the things we saw in the telco industry. So roaming is a really big topic. One specialty as well on the EMSP side, e-mobility solution provider, is that there are companies out there that do not own equipment, but just make business in having these apps and give out these RFID cards like Ellie. You might not know Ellie, but Ellie is the daughter of VW. So with every VW sold out there, you might find an LE card inside the car that enables you to charge everywhere. At least everywhere where it has to be can enable it. So for example, we enable this card for Ionity, for New Motion, for Salzburg and ENBV. As well, charge point and plug serving similar companies that do not have own equipment, but send people out there. So I hope to make this one clear, because this is really very important to understand the business, how it works, at least here in Europe. As there are so many players, so many CPOs and so many AMSPs, there's a very good space here in the middle. And this is a space where the backend system, for example, has to be. Of course, we have competition as well, but this is a space where systems like ours have their place to connect the ones who have the stations with the one who have the customers. I hope I made this one very clear, but this is really essential to understand a business in Europe and why a product like has to be, where we do all this roaming business, all this billing, all this rating, all this steering of stations. If somebody from somewhere else is coming with his card and the station shall start loading the car, charging the car, all this has to be managed here in the middle with a backend system. And as I said, this is a consequence of the segmented and fragmented market in Europe, that there's lots of space for players like us. So this for the basics and why there's space for something like that. There's a very simple question here. Where do EVs charge? I made this little slide and I give you a minute to guess. Where do you think, how many % of charging is taking place? Is it most public charging on the road? Do people charge at home, or do people charge at work? All numbers for Europe, please. So solution, it's 30% charging at work, 40% at home, and only 20% on the road. But as you know, public charging on the road is all the things you read in the newspapers about charging. So how can that be? Let's look a little bit behind the curtain. The most important reason, at least from my point of view, why people do charge at home and at work and not on the road is a simple price issue. In Europe, you pay approximately, it's down to 1.5, but let's say 20 to 30 euro cent per kilowatt hour at home and at work. But you have to pay on the street 40 up to 70, let's say 40 to 60 cent. So you easily see that you pay double as much if you charge on the road than at work or at home. So that's simple at that. This is surely a driver for this this numbers here. But let's think about again about this 20% on the road. When do you charge on the road? Normally, you do charge on the road when you do long distance travel and the charging in your batteries, or the battery amount of power, is not enough to bring you from A to B. And unfortunately, it's still like that EVs, electric vehicles, are still not perfect vehicles for that. Because if you need to charge on the road, there are some obstacles you need to come around. First one, you normally lose some time. It can be in the most modern way with best battery and best chargers, DC high power, something can be 10, 15 minutes to get 67% back in your battery. But most cars on the street can't do that. So normally you have 40 minutes, 1 hour for charging, and this sometimes is lost time. Depending also on temperature and also the battery energy level. If the battery is very empty and you have low temperature, it can last longer, much last longer. Second, every insider knows that batteries do not like fast charging. Fast charging shortens battery life, at least with the batteries that's out there currently. So every time you make a fast charging, you shorten your battery life. And why do we need to charge? Because the batteries are still the most expensive part of an EV. Therefore, OEMs, this is in our slang, the car manufacturers, tend to build small batteries into the EV. And therefore you need to charge because you don't come with a small battery from A to B. So, conclusion, if you're an EV driver, I am one since 2 years. If you can, you avoid public charging, you avoid charging on the road. I think I did it in the last 2 years, 7, 8 times, not more, because it's expensive, because I don't want to wait there. And if I really do long travel, I use a petrol or diesel car for that still, because it's more comfortable and makes sense. So this is why many drivers avoid public charging on the road, and therefore it's 20%. This leads to the next point. In fact, electric cars, EV cars, battery operated cars would be much better for the city. It would be better for the environment, and their short range compared to diesel and petrol would be perfect for the city. But in the city, you often cannot charge at home. So you need to charge on the road. And this makes the EV much more unattractive than for suburb homeowners who can charge at home, and also less attractive as for fleet drivers who might charge at work. I hope this is well understood. Also, if you have a question here, please ask me later. I explain that in depth with pleasure. Final thought on this 40-40-20 thing. If you are a government and you want to have more EVs on the road, where should you concentrate? Should you concentrate on charging on the road and financial help there? Or should you go for work and home? And I tell you, it would be a better idea to make it attractive to charge at work or at home and put less money in the long distance thing. I do not say that you should stop, but if you want to have more EVs on the road, help the people to charge at work or at home. Okay, final topic here. Money makes the world go round. It's about business cases and about reasons why you go EV. Let's look at the facts. I just took here from Atzea the slides that show how diesel, petrol, and EV do develop, and it's easy to see that the green one here shrinks and the blue one here shrinks, and the red things are becoming bigger. I hope you all are familiar with these abbreviations. Battery operated car, plug-in, and hybrid. These are the typical EVs, and of course petrol and diesel are old-fashioned combustion engines. What we see here is the petrol and diesel losing market share, and it's about 50-100% growth of the battery side. Here we see it in absolute numbers. For a battery electric vehicle, plug-in, and hybrid, you see growth rates between 60 and 70%. And of course, this shrinks the petrol and diesel amount of cars that are newly registered. So we can easily see these vehicles are on the rise. The question is why exactly, which leads us back to the question of money, of course. So let's have another look on statistics. Where do people go EV? We see that in countries like Norway, Iceland, I take out the ones I know more about it, Netherlands, and Germany, we are on the rise. So this is percentage of passenger cars registered. So huge amount in Norway, but also let's look on Lithuania, Estonia, maybe also Poland, where the amounts are very low. And also here, the other graphic here, in absolute numbers. We see this huge market in Germany, where in absolute numbers, lots of EVs are sold, but also Norway. And we also see that United Kingdom and Belgium, lots of cars. Netherlands should be as well, yes. And we also see that de facto there's no cars sold in these countries here. So why is that? Let's have a look. It's simply because of the business case. So it's still the old law that people, besides real people who want to save environment and things like that, look on the business case of an EV. And some countries like Norway or Iceland or Netherlands, or Germany, managed to make the business case for EV owners better. So in some countries, government really is your friend if you go EV. In Germany, for example, you get 10,000 euros financial promotion if you buy an EV instead of a diesel and petrol car. In Austria, you pay a lot of tax if you want to have 500 horsepower, so a strong engine, really lots of money, thousands of euros. If you have a 1,000 horsepower Tesla, you don't pay any tax for the horsepower. So it's very attractive to have high-powered EVs here because it's so much better in terms of tax. In Norway, traditionally cars in Sweden, cars are very, very expensive, at least diesel and petrol because of tax. But I'm not sure, but I think EVs are nearly tax-free. So it's no wonder that in these countries, the numbers of EVs are going up giant. And other countries allow EVs to really use a bus lane, to park free everywhere. And cities where it's a city toll to enter the city, EVs are free of that. So you simply save money because the government helps you here. If you drive an EV, you're better off here. In some countries, energy has been already much cheaper than in other countries. I think in Iceland you pay, don't beat me, 12 cents or so per kilowatt hour. So as you know, fuel cost, of course, is an important factor. And if your EV drives with cheap electricity, like in Iceland, with 12 cents per kilowatt, you easily find out why the numbers of Iceland are this, that 50% of the new cars are already EVs. Netherlands, similar. The sad thing is it's because of nuclear power energy, but another story. So let's look at another reason. I told you that often homeowners in suburbs buy EVs, at least in Austria and also in Germany. It's like that photovoltaic power on the roof, so sun power, is financially promoted. You get money from the government if you put these solar panels on your roof, and your business case gets even much better if you put the power you produce on your roof into your EV. Charging goes down, I can tell you personally from my case, down to 6 cents per kilowatt hour if I put the solar power that's produced on my roof into my EV. And I only need approximately 20 kilowatts to go for 100 kilometers. So that's not much money. Yes, not much money per kilometer. And what always also happened in the last years, that we already could look at the total cost of ownership of an EV. So we saw the service costs and the repair costs of EV in comparison to diesel and petrol engines. And what did we find out? The part that really breaks down at an EV most of the time are the brakes. Why that? Because of recuperation. Brakes in EVs are often not used at all. And if you don't use a brake, it breaks down because of unusage. So you take off the, in fact, new brakes, but they're full of rust, and put new ones on, and you won't use them anyway. But that's if you put normal brakes from normal cars, petrol and diesel cars, on an EV, they rust. That's a fact, and this is a major repair. But all other costs de facto do not exist. So oil change, of course, and all these filters, nothing. It's just very cheap to own an EV. So going back to business case, or sum it up for fleet managers. If you're a company, and companies' cars are very popular here in Germany and Austria, if you get a company car as financial compensation somehow, and you're the fleet manager who has to buy these cars, the total cost of ownership of having EVs, if you can charge them in the company, is very, very good. If you can enable your people to charge at home as well, it's even better. So it's much cheaper for fleet managers of companies here to give their employees a company car based on electricity, so an EV instead of diesel and petrol. And therefore, fleet manager very, very strongly start to do that, to give the employees EVs, which also makes this numbers rise that high. Okay, I think I'm through it. Try to concentrate on some facts. I hope you can appreciate that. Thank you so much for having me. Back to Harry. Thank you.
Joe, thank you so much. And yeah, that you've learned a lot. You've learned us a lot. Thank you for sharing and obviously preparing, doing a lot of preparations and research for this presentation. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Harry.
We're looking forward to engaging with you in the panel discussion. Thank you so much, Joe. All right, ladies and gents, it's definitely a very interesting morning. And now we're going to have OEM talking to us, Mr. Eric Parry, who is the Senior Manager Sustainability, Volvo Group Southern Africa. He's going to talk about Volvo Trucks electromobility. Thank you, Eric.
Morning, Harry. Good morning, everybody. Let me just do the whole sharing screen thing. All right, perfect. So, good morning, everybody. So my topic today is just going to be what Volvo Trucks is busy doing in the electromobility space at the moment, and a bit more about why. So, as Harry said, my name is Eric Parry, and for my sins, I am the Senior Manager for Product Support. So I'm going to be looking after that. Was product support, now sustainability, sorry. Old habits die hard. So from my portfolio is going to be looking at everything to do with alternative drivelines. Obviously, electric vehicles is a heavy part of that. So one thing that everyone wants to talk about with electromobility is mainly around the why. Why is there a move towards electromobility? A large proportion of that is from the world is around climate anxiety. We see it happening at the moment. Parts of the world having longer dry periods, extremely heavy rain. We're seeing places in the world with major disasters happening from climate. So this is an area that is driving the world to do something about the CO2 emissions in the world. So other areas that also help to move things this direction is also industry investments. We've seen industries, it's mainly that from the transport environment, we're seeing cases where the actual transport buyers, the people who don't usually operate vehicles themselves, they are starting to demand vehicles that can reduce the CO2 effect that they have in their transport. So we're starting to see that kind of demand coming through. When we talk about industry investments, we're talking about people who are investing in renewable energy on their own properties. In the South African context, compared to the European and Chinese side, we do have challenges with our grid. So a lot of the people are already looking at ways to get their own kind of renewable energy. There are plans in places like the Western Cape to allow users to wheel their own power across the grid. But most operators this side will be trying to look at some form of solar system to try and complement the energy requirements, and those can be leveraged to help charge EV vehicles. So globally, when we look at the European context, As Joachim said, the sources of renewable energy are there, and cheap energy, the reduction in costs of the energy is going down in many parts of the world. It's not necessarily the exact case here, but it is an area that has a global trajectory. When it comes to things like legislation, we're already seeing certain cities that have made statements that they're going to stop any type of internal combustion vehicle moving into the city centers, and that is going to start forcing operators to need to invest in EVs, otherwise they're not going to be able to operate in the areas at all without paying either major fines or massive taxes. So these are all areas and things that are helping push the drive towards electromobility. When it comes to where Volvo as a group stands, we are moving towards fossil-free transport. So our stated goals from a climate and environmental perspective is that by 2030, we would have reduced our CO2 emissions from the entire company by 50% based off the 2019 figures. And that by 2040, we will have reduced that by 100%. So we have a very, very, very ambitious targets as a group towards what we need to meet. And the only way to really achieve that is to start looking at a different mix of drivelines. So why electric drivelines and heavy trucks will become more common? It's a rather busy slide, but at the moment in 2020, at the 2020 range, 2020 to 2030 range, you'll see the combustion engine in new trucks is by far taking up the lion's share. We're starting to see things like liquefied gas. So that will be normal combustion, but now you look at the middle section of the graph where you're looking at liquefied biogas. So that's new technologies like LNG, but shifting across to actually the gas produced from biological sources. So that means you end up with a carbon neutral input-output scenario there. Then you look at, for a longer range type of vehicles, we'll start to see fuel cell electric coming on in the future. So from the late between 2030, 2040, we'll start to see fuel cell electric vehicles come through. That's where we're looking at as well. But primarily for the shorter distances, the battery electric is going to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting up front because of the type of operations that we can have with them. So electromobility, why? So electromobility is one of the quickest ways to help. It's one of the quickest ways to implement a fossil-free transport solution. So battery electric trucks can be built and made to cover a wide range of transport requirements, from things like normal distribution to fuel transport, to light construction, inner city construction, to waste management. There are a lot of applications where electric vehicles are actually capable of working. And another part of that is that they are clean in the areas they operate. In a South African context, we know that most of our grid is 85% of our grid is coal produced. So you don't necessarily have the total overall CO2 reduction benefit on that, but it does mean that the actual emission of the CO2 in the places where people are and where the vehicle operates are reduced to nothing. So the other part of that vehicle is that those vehicles are also very, very quiet. They don't produce noise pollution, which is one of the reasons that they are also very, in certain parts of Europe, places in London, for example, where they're allowed to operate outside normal operating hours, where they would normally be banned to operate, because they are so quiet, they don't have any problems there. So yeah, our goal is that basically by 2030, half of everything we sell should be electrically powered in some way. That's over a whole group. So South Africa will of course be contributing to that, but potentially not at quite the same level yet. So just from a European context as to why EV sort of works out, if you look at the red lines there, you'll see that 45% of goods transported within Europe are sub 300 kilometers. And that gives you a very, very good usable range where an electric truck would be able to actually operate at that without having to have regular charging. And if you start to include things like having a fast charger available where vehicles can charge over a lunch break, because market, they do have mandated rest periods. So you can then extend that up to nearly 500 kilometers in a day, where you make use of that rest period to actually charge up the vehicle. So those are all areas that make EVs a bit more attractive than people first think, especially when it comes to heavy trucks. Because most of the discussions today have been around the car side of things. So the heavy transport side is a very different animal when it comes to electric vehicles. So key enablers to move towards using electric vehicles. So what I mean by that is what is going to help operators want to move towards electric. So that would be an efficient transport for a system where they can get a usable range, a range that is actually usable for their operation. They can achieve the payload that they want, that they can still move the goods in the same way they want it, and they have access to charge. I'll touch on charging later. And other areas that also would be enablers would be subsidies from the government, which is something we know doesn't exist here yet. We know that there are many discussions taking place around the future of EV legislation, and there's a lot of discussions around that. So in the European side of things, you're looking at the subsidies where they can subsidize the purchase of the vehicle, where they also invest in charging infrastructure. Norway is a key example of that. They've got a huge government-owned charging network available to the public. They also have special taxation systems, as Joachim mentioned earlier. So those all are areas that will enable actual normal people to move across to an electric vehicle. So from a Volvo perspective, we've had a very long experience to develop and commercialize electric vehicles. So on that table, if you look on the left, you'll see we've been doing this since the 90s. And if those look at those particular vehicles, they look very 1990s. But as we've moved along, we started producing hybrid trucks and buses in 2010. 2016, we did our first plug-in electric buses. 2017, we've done production start of the full electric buses. 2019, we started introducing our distribution range of trucks, our medium duty range, and those are currently on sale at the moment. In 2021, we started producing electric conventional trucks for the US market, more for distribution actually applications. Sorry. And then in 2022, we're going to start serial production of our electric heavy duty vehicles. So it's all part of our roadmap as to where we want to go next. So this is the stage that we're in now, where we already have battery vehicles on the road. We have long-term learning on how those vehicles react, what the battery life cycles look like. So we're already moving quite far into the future with this. So just to give you an idea, we already have electric vehicles out on the road with customers. The top left vehicle is like an FL model distribution truck with DHL in London. On the top right is a FE distribution driver. Well, in this case, it's a refuse vehicle. That's in Munich. That's the Marienplatz in Munich. On the bottom right is a mixer vehicle, an 8x4 mixer vehicle that's in operation in Sweden at the moment, electrically driven mixer. So it's a very new area, and you can see where we're going. So we have some ambitious targets to achieve, and we're getting there on that. So to get there, this is what our global range of electric vehicles looks like. So on the outer two vehicles, on the left FE, on the right FL, these are just what we call our medium duty distribution vehicles. So these will primarily be found in inner city or intercity distribution operations, or waste handling, or light construction, small tippers, things like that. In the center, the VNR Electric, that is the vehicle that's being used for distribution in the United States. Then our big boys, which we'll call the heavy duty range for going forward together, that'll be the FM Electric, the FH Electric, and the FMX. So FH would be your more intercity type of operation, running from a small between cities with fairly heavy payloads. The FMs would be more distribution type work, and then your FMX would be the one that you would put into more light construction type operations. So we're going to start producing the heavy duty, the FE and the FL. We started production in 2019. They are serial produced now. We're already on generation 2.5 of the batteries. The FH, FM, and FMX, we already have vehicles out with customers on early phase testing and proving, but those vehicles will start serial production sale later this year. So in August, if I remember correctly. Then, so just on the heavy duty side, there's our, what will be our flagship is the HD Electric. Recently, we did a test with one of the German magazines where they do a green test, and the FH Electric 44-ton combination against a competitive diesel against a 390 kilometer run. So it did incredibly well, and they worked out to a 1.1 kilometer per kilowatt output power rating, which is dramatically better if you calculate in the output of a normal diesel. So that is available on our site, and it's also on our YouTube channel. So just in terms of what we will actually do, the heavy duty electric at the moment will be able to go up to 44 tons gross combination weight. So they're going to be able to do very heavy work. We are already working on and testing higher weights, specifically for markets like us in Australia, where they don't use the European weight standards. We will be offering tractors and rigids. We're going to have an extensive range of configurations: 4x2 tractors and rigids, 6x2 tractors and rigids, 6x4 tractors and rigids, 8x4, 8x2s, rigids. So all of the combinations that truck operators will be used to will be available. There will be a wide range of wheelbases. One of the areas that we have a little bit of a challenge with South African legislation is around the wheelbases to fit the battery packs on the tracks. So where a normal South African truck, we're around 600 millimeters to 700 millimeters longer in wheelbase, if you take an equivalent 6x4. So there's going to be some discussions around how to configure these vehicles in a way that is suitable going forward. The nice thing is that the cabs that we'll have available are exactly the same as the current diesel range. So there'll be no change. The only way you already know that the truck is an electric is by the fact it doesn't make a noise when you turn it on, and there'll be an electric badge on the side. So those are two areas where we've got all of the features that we have in our normal range will become available through to the electric range as well. So we'll have two driveline options. In our case, when I talk batteries, the heavy duty electrics will have between a 3 and a 6 battery combination available. So up to about 550 kilowatt hours of power. So we look at about a 93 kilowatt hour capacity per pack. So you put a 6 battery combination on, you get quite a lot of range, but you do sacrifice a bit of payload because of the weight. We'll have two driveline options, running either a 2-motor or a 3-motor combination. So 450 or 665 horsepower options. So the vehicles will not be short of the power to do heavy operations. Then onto the small boys, the FL Electric. So this will be the one that we more than likely would be able to get in South Africa. The FL Electric will be for small, light city distribution type operations. And when you come to these vehicles, we generally will run 4x2, small ridges, but also between a 3 and a 6 battery combination. The medium duties do have a lower battery energy density. They're slightly different technology. So we're looking in a distribution range, we're looking around 300 kilometers on a vehicle, and we'll have both AC charging at the depot overnight, and we're able to handle DC charging up to 150 kilowatts. The electrical driveline will run either a single or a double motor with a small 2-speed transmission that runs between them, so they can run up to an 18-ton gross vehicle weight, which gives you a lot of, you still get between a 6 and 8-ton payload, depending on your configuration. Then charging side, that's been discussed quite extensively by Jordan and Joachim. But in our case, we've got 2 ways to do the charging. We either have your normal type 2, which is your onboard charging. So we, 3-phase 43 kilowatt wall box charger that will then charge through the onboard charger to charge the batteries, where you're looking at around about a 9-hour time scale to charge a full 6 battery vehicle. The then the next one would be your CCS2 standard, so that's your DC fast charging. At the moment, the system can handle up to 250 kilowatts, but we're looking obviously at higher, with output voltages between 500 and 750 volts. So that will be able to get you to a full charge within 90 minutes. On a 6 battery, so that changes very much depending on what type of operation you're running. Then one of the philosophies when it comes to this charging is that basically we should, every time the truck is stopped, if it is, it should be able to be charged somewhere. So we'll look at truck charging at the depot overnight if it's not a 24-hour operation. During loading and unloading, at the logistics nodes, there should be the opportunity to charge. And also if there are rest regulations required, that those gaps between areas should allow the vehicle to charge even for a few minutes just at that time. So areas where we have a bit of a different challenge compared to the cars is in terms of space. So you've got if you have a truck and trailer combination, you've got 18.5 meters of vehicle that you somehow need to find somewhere to park and charge. This is not practical to unhitch to do that. So these are considerations that need to be looked at. The good thing for the South African market, especially with a distribution type operation, is that there is possibility to put charging infrastructure at depots and also at customer premises of the customers of the operator. So there are ways to get the vehicles to be charged in the off time, which means you start to beat some of that range anxiety. And part of the way we help with this is we have a system called an electric range simulator system, where we've got the truck details. We can add in the trailer details, the payload details, charging system capacities, and we've got the full topographic map of the area, and South Africa is included in that. So when we do have discussions with customers around this, we're able to simulate their range, their route very, very carefully, and we can see what type of range that they're expecting to be able to achieve on the vehicles. So just some ideas on what influences range, especially when it comes to an EV vehicle. So first off would be temperature. Luckily for us, cold is the main problem. So you can get a reduced up to 10% reduced range in the 10 degrees to minus 10 to 20 degrees. So because one of the main reasons is that the driver's having to use the cab climate system to keep themselves warm, and that runs even when the vehicle while at all times the vehicle is operating. So for us, our standard sort of temperature range into the mid-20s, early 30s is actually quite acceptable. Your load, obviously, you'll have up to 2% per ton effect on the range. So the heavier you're pulling, the less range you're going to end up getting. Your average speed, the rule of thumb is you'll lose about 1.3% per kilometer an hour. So if you're running at 85 instead of 80, you will then start to lose a bit of range for your average speed, for example. Then tires, the actual rolling resistance of tires can make quite a large impact. So the choice of that is also part of the choice of tire for the vehicle for the operation has to be very carefully looked at. Battery age. So the longer you go with the batteries, the less charging window they have available. The general rule of thumb, not tested yet, we're busy doing hot weather testing in Australia, but the general rule of thumb is that a battery pack should last up to an 80% of its new usable life between 6 to 8 years before they would need to then be pushed off into a second life. Then your driver performance. So your driver, if you have a driver who uses the throttle pedal like an on and off switch, then you're going to end up with reduced range. So part of that, where we look at that, is also around specific driver training on how to drive EV type vehicles. And that is pretty much everything I wanted to go through today. So just from our Volvo South Africa perspective, we are of course looking into this very, very carefully. We are in the early discussions with a lot of customers who have extremely good environmental ambitions, where these type of vehicles really do fit in very, very well. So we are looking at ways in which we can start bringing in some testing vehicles, hopefully by the end of this year, but that's not confirmed 100% yet. So that's where we are at the moment, and thank you very much for your time.
Eric, thank you very much for your time, and great to see what Volvo is doing. Clearly, you guys know what you're doing, and you're investing a lot in this and taking care of our health as well. So thank you so much for presenting with us and sharing with us what you guys are doing. Please keep your camera and your microphone on. We would like to include you now in a panel discussion. So I just want to put up our program quickly and people can see where we are. So ladies and gents, we're now going to have the questions and answers where you can unmute yourself or raise your hand, and rather raise your hand. You can go to the bottom of your screen and you can go to reactions and you can raise your hand, and I will recognize you that you can ask your question to the panel as a whole or one member of the panel as you choose. Can we please have our panelists? That is now Prof. Nolene, and I'm going to spotlight you guys. Give me a moment here.
I see there was a question from Francois on how the effect of the battery weight on application payload.
Thank you, Eric. You can so long answer that one. Thank you.
Yes, I can answer that one quickly. If you're looking at a 4x2 tractor with a 6 battery combination, we're looking at around about 2 ton heavier tear mass than you would have on an equivalent diesel. So you do lose, you will lose some specific payload with the electric. That is one of the areas that we obviously working on to try and mitigate that with weight distribution to make sure we're looking at the right application. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Eric. All right. All right, ladies and gents, you're welcome now to raise your hand, and we will recognize you. I'm just opening up the chat here as well. So people are talking a lot about battery life and so on. So definitely that's one concern people always have. I think it's the same. That relates to my fuel efficiency of my vehicle. How long will the battery last? How long can I drive on a tank of petrol? And that makes it very interesting. While the people are still preparing, I was just thinking, it's obviously interesting also thinking about the heavy vehicle. With its capacity and batteries, and the lighter vehicle with its capacity and batteries. So it's called, we compare that, that the range that it will cover will be more or less the same, isn't it? Is that the right thing I'm thinking about? Seems like the people are so impressed with your presentation, they don't have any questions, it seems.
If you don't mind, Harry, you are interested in heavy vehicles, right? Lorries, and in transport of heavy transport, right? And the thing is, this is, at least in Europe, a very, it didn't start yet. It didn't really start. You're just trying to figure out. But as battery is still that expensive, I'm pretty sure we're not at the breakthrough there now. The business case is not flying currently. There are experiments with so-called pantographs. So the lorries are driving like a train on one hand, but we also are discussing and having some tests with electricity coming from the ground, similar to how you charge a mobile phone. You put it just there and it gets energy. Yeah, thank you, inductive. And so these are two concepts that are being tested now, because it's really difficult to put enough power into these kind of vehicles to make them go that far. And maybe we also think about doing the long travel with trains and only doing the last mile with electricity. But nevertheless, of course, it's worked on that topic. And if batteries become cheaper and lighter in terms of weight, maybe things change. But currently, they're still thinking about H2. Is it H2? Wasserstoff?
Yep. Yes.
As fuel, but this won't. I'm pretty sure that this won't pay off. It's too expensive. It's not. Yeah, it's too expensive. Point. That's all.
Thank you, Joe.
And from that perspective, the idea around the electrics is that they are designed around a distribution type operation. So you're looking at short daily mileage with the ability to charge overnight, for example. That's the early people who will get advantage out of those sort of vehicles. From our perspective, for long haul, for the moment, alternative drive lines like LNG transport, where you can get 20% CO2 reduction just using LNG. And then if you can get even more with bio-LNG, where you can get in our case, South African case, you can get 600 to 800 kilometer range out of vehicles like that, which is better for our intercity stuff. So there will be bridging technologies that will take across. So we are investigating pretty much every single opportunity and option. So those are the two primary ones that are quite mature right now. And that's where we're focusing at the moment.
Thank you, Eric. Sophia Abu, you're welcome to unmute and ask your question.
Hi, Harry. Thanks so much. I do have two questions. The first one is, you mentioned that there's a lot of work being done in Europe in terms of, particularly in Volvo space for the electric vehicles, but what's the maintenance skill set that's required to actually then maintain these electric vehicles, more specifically the battery? That's the first question. And then the second question I have is that it's related to the questions I asked earlier about how long does the battery last? And then more specifically, what is the almost environmental process of disposal of these batteries? Because obviously there's a lifespan, and I know that we're still in the space, or we're still testing. What is the general lifespan in terms of years? And then what happens to the battery afterwards? And the reason I ask this question is because often you'll find with like your petrol and diesel vehicles, particularly your Mercedes-Benz or your VW, even though you've got your lifespan being, okay, so they say you 5 years under warranty and maintenance, often you find these vehicles last quite well for about 15 years. So I just want to understand that if you go the EV route, yes, you'll have a battery constraint, but in terms of the design of the vehicle, what's its expected useful life? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
I can take that one. At least the battery question. The first one I didn't fully get. Maybe you can repeat that one. But about a battery life, if you don't mind, I can tell you some things. So battery life. It's consensus that the current batteries at least have 800 to 1,000 cycles being fully charged. So from 0 to 100%, 1,000 times. This should work. And if you multiply the capacity, you find out how much power you have, and then you come, depending on the capacity, at least to 160,000, 200,000 kilometers for a normal EV battery, whatever a normal EV battery is. But this is just a rough numbers. It's very important to also look how you treat a battery. The most important system here is a management system. It's called battery management system, which helps you to keep your battery healthy. And this is very important. So for example, fast charging, especially ultra fast charging, really harms the battery life. So I would say you can take off 20 to 50% degradation faster if you always do fast charging and you always go down to 2-3% and go up then again to 100. Batteries don't like that. They like being at 50-60% or being charged between 20 and 80. And so however you treat your battery, the capacity, the degradation, lifetime will depend on. Second is, what happens afterwards? The first question is, if your battery in capacity goes down under 70-80%, there might be still a use case for a car. So maybe it does not run without charging 400 kilometers, but still 200. That's double the amount normal people in cities need every day. So no problem here. You can drive this one maybe in the first 8 to 10 years, 400 kilometers a day, and the last year's 200 kilometers a day. No problem here without just charging overnight and doing that stuff. If then the battery life, let's say it's down to 50%, you still can use it as energy storage for charging stations or for photovoltaic use, because there's still enough capacity and the battery runs. If this life also ends, we are talking about recycling. As you all know, in current batteries, there's lots of mangan and cobalt, which is very expensive, very rare, and you can get this stuff out of the battery again in future, even better than today. And recycling, of course, is already planned, done. There are first facilities, testing facilities, and also operative facilities that do that. So even if you're very concerned about environment and things like that, a battery is the better choice for environment and also for your pocket. Thanks.
And just on the second life of batteries, we've had cases where we've already taken second life batteries from buses and have been incorporated into residential power backup systems in Sweden. So there's already research and development being done on that to make sure that you get as much out of them as possible.
So very interesting. Very, very interesting. Sure. Ladies and gents, if you've got a problem with raising your hand, some people are complaining they haven't got the function. Then you can unmute yourself. I can see when somebody unmutes, and then I can recognize you. Sophia, if you got another question?
It was just the first question around the maintenance. What is the skill sets that are required, particularly in like the South African context?
Yeah, I don't know of some of our other panelists of this afternoon, Carl or Winston. One of you guys maybe want to answer that one.
I didn't fully get it.
Thank you, Carl.
There's something from our speaker from Austria as well. Maybe he can go first. I'm local. He's driving.
No, I didn't get the question, so I didn't understand fully. I'm sorry. If I should answer, I need somebody who repeats it for me.
I think it's about maintenance of batteries.
Yes.
I can try to clarify the question if that'll help. So basically, obviously, with an electric vehicle, you've got particular electrical parts that come in with a big focus on the battery. So I'm asking from a skill set perspective, what is actually required to be able to train up the people so that they can then, one, maintain the battery and all the electronic systems that are associated with the vehicle.
Okay.
What we found in the space is that the moment you, even in a normal petrol or diesel vehicle, the moment you put any form of electronics into the vehicle, it obviously changes your maintenance regime and the skills that are required. So what I'm asking is, what is actually required from a training perspective? Thanks.
Okay, that's a pretty easy question. You do not maintain a battery. That's somehow funny. It's connected to the thing we discussed before about battery life and taking care of your battery. So the best maintenance is you, the driver, not doing things that harm your battery. If it is harmed, it's damaged. You can't put that back or do anything. And you do not maintain a battery during lifetime. You simply don't do that. It degrades depending how you treat it, and that's all. So as I said before, there are very low costs in EV service and lifetime because there are no repair costs. You just go through the car and check it, and normally there's absolutely nothing that can be done by normal mechanics. And if it's deep inside the car, like the board computer and all that stuff, you really depend on the car manufacturer that he helps you. But all other parts, it's just really the brakes and normal things that every mechanic can, but battery no service and all other stuff specialized by OEMs. At least I would say that, and I never had any repair on my EV ever, and I don't know anybody who had a EV repair like you described it.
Yeah, I need to agree with that, Harry, if I may just also add.
Yes,
I've
Carl,
been driving electric. Sorry?
I say yes, Carl, please continue.
Yeah, I've been driving electric for a long time. We started in Eskom in 1993, 94. We drove electric. The batteries at that stage were lead acid batteries, but even with lead acid batteries, you consume the battery. You use it until it's not fit for the car anymore, until you lose too much range. So exactly what has been said. You consume the battery until you get, or the range is not satisfactory anymore, and then you repurpose the battery for something else. So there was mentioning of training of people. Now it's important that in South Africa, we start training people and preparing people for this battery repurposing process. It's an industry that we don't have currently, and with a lot of potential for people, because soon we will have a lot of batteries that needs to go back to original vehicle manufacturers, and that doesn't make sense. These things are heavy, and it'll be a big cost to get them back to their origin. So in South Africa, we need to create this industry that can repurpose the batteries. That is really just testing the cells to see which of the cells are still capable of holding a charge, and then can be used for storing solar energy, wind energy, whatever the case might be. Then if those batteries reach their end, then they need to be recycled, because the minerals in there are of high value. And the interesting thing is, most of these minerals do come from South Africa. Like, for instance, the manganese comes only from South Africa. We're the only country except China that beneficiates that. So there is a need for us to beneficiate the minerals that we have in Africa, and also use these minerals then to build batteries. Now, competitively in South Africa, we cannot compete with China in terms of building cells, but I think we can build vehicles and construct cells, packs, and these sort of things, bigger batteries, at the same cost maybe. So we can try that, and we can learn from China. We have already people in China, from China in South Africa, that is helping at universities to transfer technology to train us how to do this. At the University of Western Cape, for instance, there's a small facility that manufactures lithium batteries. It's old, but it's been training students up for this. So that is the opportunity for South Africa, to look at repurposing and recycling of batteries, and later then getting into manufacture of cells and packs.
Right. Thank you so much, Carl. Very interesting. I think, ladies and gentlemen, what we can do now is that we can ask our panelists to give some closing remarks for this half of the session, and then we'll take a break. So maybe we'll start with Eric. Eric, I see there's a question for you in the chat room as well. Is Volvo considering BEV or FCEV for introductions?
I answered that directly. So our primary is going to be battery electric for starters, as a starting point around the shorter routes. And as the fuel cell technology, if and when it does become more viable, we will then look at that in the future. But for first introduction is going to be battery electric. But just from our side, as Volvo, we are very, very committed to the reducing our climate impact, because as a truck manufacturer and a major component of the transport industry, we see ourselves as part of the problem, so we have to be part of the solution. So this is an area that we're going to have very, very, very high focus going forward. So thank you all for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for Volvo contributing to this event. I really appreciate that. Closing remarks from Joe.
What I should say, I'm overwhelmed by the interest here, and I'm so happy that so many people go EV and do something for environment, do something for climate change, and there are so many people with full heart at this topic, and I'm so happy that South Africa gives me here the chance to also bring my insights here. So thank you all. That's all I have to say currently.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for your participation. We really appreciate it, and sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you very much, and drive safely.
Jordan, I'm very sorry. As I told you today, two of my children got corona today, so it's a little bit an unhappy day for me. So please excuse that I'm now doing this discussion from the car, but just fetched my daughter from school because she can't stay there because of corona. So thank you all.
Thank you. All the best, Joe. I hope they feel better soon. Thank you.
Good luck, Joe.
Jordan.
Yeah, I'm very glad that more and more EV trucks are accepted by the public. I think this one is more important than the taxis, the private cars, because it's more traveling time, more traveling mileage, and also from another perspective, that sometimes the trucks always need to be running on the way. Sometimes the drivers can rest and they can take shift. The trucks can keep on running. So maybe we pay more attention to the battery performance and more attention to the maintenance, and also more attention to the charging speed. And also the green energy also plays an important role here. If the trucks are shifting to the new energy, I think it's also a green contribution to the whole society. Yeah.
Thank you, Jordan. Much appreciated for your time as well. May you have a blessed day further. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Prof. Nalin, some closing remarks from your side this far.
Thank you, Harry. I just want to say thank you to our panelists thus far. It was a very informative session. Here at UJ, we are currently conducting a pilot of electric buses for intercampus student transport. So hopefully in the future, we'll be able to present some of the findings from that pilot that we're carrying out. But thank you again for the panelists for your time and for your insights, and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Really appreciate it. And we're looking forward to being hosted by UJ again, but we're still continuing with our exciting event today. Ladies and gents, I'm just going to share my screen again here. There we go. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break till 11:30. And then we've got a very exciting second half of the session, as you can see on the screen. So go and grab a cup of coffee and maybe a rusk, and we will see you again at about 11:30. Thank you so much. I'll put up the timer for us. Thanks, guys.
Hi, Harry. Just checking you can hear me loud and clear. I think you're on mute.
There we go. We can hear you. Thank you, Ibrahim. Ladies and gents, let's start taking up our seats so we can start again. A very exciting program this far. We're still talking about the fourth industrial revolution and electric vehicles. And we're being hosted by University of Johannesburg's Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies, the 3rd of March, 2022. And so this second half of the session, we're going to have Department of Transport, Pegasus on behalf of them presenting their electric vehicle regulations project. We're going to have the Western Cape Provincial Government talking to us. Winston Johannes is going to give us an overview on charging points in South Africa, and Mr. Carl Snyman, solar energy specialist, is going to talk to us about houseboat and mobility, how to apply the principles of alternative energy. So exciting program. Just guys, please have yourselves on mute. Quickly get that one muted. All right, so our first presenter now for this session, this half, is Mr. Ibrahim Takolia, and he's the Electric Vehicle Regulations Project Advisor, Pegasus on behalf of the GIS and DOT. He's going to talk about the DOT Electric Vehicle Regulations Project, developing of a framework for electric vehicle regulations. Thank you very much, Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Harry. I'm just going to project. Just confirming that you can see the presentation.
We can, yes. You can continue.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so just to give you the background, this framework for EV regulations for South Africa is a project undertaken by Pegasus on behalf of the Department of Transport, funded by the GIZ. And the aim is to support the Department of Transport in implementing and realizing strategic pillar 8 to promote electric and hybrid vehicles under the Green Transport Technologies theme of the Green Transport Strategy. And this aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the transport sector and contribute to improved air quality. So that's the context under which it's being done. It is important to note that we are developing a framework, meaning that it's relatively high level at this stage, and that there would be another step of work required before you look at implementation. The basis of the framework was really to assess what is happening in emerging markets, but then also what is happening in other areas of the world. So we initially started out looking at emerging markets only, but then we realized that in the South African context, electric vehicles are also affected by the countries to which South Africa exports. And that became quite an important consideration in terms of how we approach. South Africa also has two distinct areas in terms of the vehicle industry. One is the vehicle consumer or the customer, and the other is the manufacturing of vehicles, where South Africa exports a significant number of vehicles every year, mostly to countries in Europe, with the UK being the #1 market. And a lot of these countries have initiated programs where they are going to be phasing out internal combustion engines over the next 15 to 20 years. Some have brought their targets up to 2030, notably the UK is starting to talk about 2030. So that becomes a very important consideration in terms of how you would assess electric vehicles. There is no real regulation for EVs directly, and we assessed the relative context of various regulations and laws, including environmental, the different elements of the transport regulations. And then we used a lot of that information in context with what I've just mentioned, comparing it to other emerging markets, looking at the countries to which South Africa exports to, and then we put together the framework. So the framework essentially then is based on 5 what we call pillars and 2 cross-cutting elements. So what we're going to be discuss first is the standards and safety. So in terms of the standards and safety, the South African national standards are mapped to the ISO standards, and that works mainly for charging and for EVs. And they are generally compliant internationally because they map to the ISO standards. And the only difference would be that in some countries, maybe in the EU, where they may have more stringent standards relative to the ISO standards, or different standards relative to the ISO standards. But from a standards point of view for EV and charging infrastructure, the South Africa does relatively well because it maps to the ISO and then also the IEC standards. Where on the charging side, where the difference is related to South African reticulation standards. So this is when you build a home or you build a building, how you link up the electricity to the system. So those are relatively standard and mainly based on the South African compulsory specifications. So I think from a standards and safety and charging point of view, there's not too much that needs to be done in terms of facilitating the electric vehicle market. Now we're going to look at incentives and affordability. So incentives to sustain and promote the current electric vehicle manufacturing industry in South Africa. So here, South Africa had a very, very successful APDP program for many years, and that's now converted to the South African Automotive Master Plan. And in there are some considerations related to EVs. So with these significant investments by original equipment manufacturers, who we call the manufacturing OEMs, we would say that generally South Africa's strategy is quite good in terms of incentivizing the manufacturing companies to manufacture in South Africa. Where the complexity comes in is that, as I mentioned, South Africa, 60% of the vehicles manufactured in South Africa are exported. And I think in 2019, pre-COVID, there was a record number. I think it's starting to recover again in terms of the amount of vehicles manufactured in South Africa and exported. So that's a very, very important consideration. It sustains, the total vehicle industry sustains just on 8% of the GDP of South Africa. And if you think at least half of that is related to exporting vehicles to other countries and the entire supply chain. So it's very, very important from a South African perspective. So where South Africa needs to really focus in terms of the incentives is really just to understand how this will affect the export market. And as I mentioned, with the electric vehicle incentives in other countries and the bans that they may impose on or are looking to impose on internal combustion engines, this is going to be quite an important consideration for the manufacturing sector in South Africa. The entire supply chain will need to look at how it transitions from ICEs to EVs. And there's quite a bit of complexity in that. The first element of complexity is when do you transition? in terms of how do you change, or when do you change your production line from an ICE to an EV? So there's complexity in that, and I think globally vehicle manufacturers are grappling with those, and those very same questions will then come into the South African manufacturing value chain. And then the other element that will be looked at is skills and jobs. And those are some of the challenges. Well, I mustn't say challenges, from what we understand, the skills related to EVs are highly transferable from the existing workforce. There may be some upskilling required in certain sectors, and there also may be totally new areas, like you're looking at mobility as a service. EVs, introduce a whole new area of a service industry that could evolve, that might be very different to the current industry we're looking at. This includes new ownership models for cars, like fractional ownership, and other businesses that might be linked to the new electric vehicle industry as it evolves. And there are already examples of that in the country, where I think BMW and Mini have where you can hire an EV for a limited period of time and get charged for it. So these models already exist. So in terms of manufacturing, I think the original equipment manufacturers globally are looking at their operations. They are then also considering the implications for South Africa, and the South African Automotive Master Plan is currently providing the incentives for them to manufacture, but they do need to have some clarity in terms of how to approach that in a South African context. Then the next element is really how do you, so the reason why South Africa's manufacturing industry exists is because you have a very significant local vehicle customer base. And from that customer base, the EV manufacturing sector was then built to eventually become a world-class exporting country in terms of being able to export vehicles to many developed countries. So it's quite an achievement. So the challenge then becomes, how do you sustain or maintain that base of customers that come from South Africa as the industry transitions. So one of the items raised was that currently there are no incentives, as you have in other countries, for EVs in South Africa, but there is complexity that we have to recognize in that, because the EVs are generally middle to high priced vehicles, which would be considered luxury items. And in a country like South Africa, where you have many significant challenges around budgets and government affordability, that if you actually give an incentive to those type of vehicles, you inadvertently give a tax break. So those are some of the considerations that were mentioned in some of the material that we reviewed. But when it comes to incentives, almost every country that we looked at, except for Nigeria, so we looked at a few countries in Africa, and all of South Africa's major trading areas, being the EU, the US, and the UK, and Australia, in terms of where it exports vehicles, and all of those countries have incentives to induce vehicle owners to take up EVs. And they take various forms, from tax breaks to subsidies to tax grants to being, for example, in London, you don't get charged the city surcharge, meaning if you drive into London, you automatically get billed, I think it's £50 a day just for being in the city center. But if you have an EV, you do not get that surcharge. So those are the type of incentives, including free parking and a host of other incentives that countries are looking at. So South Africa is not really started to look at that in a big way, and it may need to become a consideration, noting that there are those challenges around funding and availability and things like that that will need to be considered. Then in terms of looking at the other countries as well, performance is quite important. So performance here, we mean the EV driving range and standardized performance tests on both EVs and charging systems. So this is quite important from the perspective that if you're going to have an EV market, we need to standardize to protect the consumer or the customer some of these elements. Obviously, this needs to be done in consultation with the original equipment manufacturers, especially the manufacturing OEMs in South Africa. Why this is important is because, as I mentioned, you do need to ensure that customers who will buy these vehicles can have confidence in the EVs. And we had some earlier talks today talking about performance and charging systems and things like that. So it's quite important, just as you have specifications for fuels, for driving ranges, for fuel economy standards and things like that, that we will need to have some standards that apply to electric vehicles in general. Just going to take a break to drink some water. Then the other important aspect is really environmental impact. And here you're looking at reduced CO2 emissions, or the potential from using renewable electricity. But it must also be mentioned, as was pointed out by one of the stakeholders, that even if you use Eskom electricity, which is a significant portion of coal, because of the energy intensity of the electric vehicle versus that of an internal combustion engine, you still get a carbon reduction in terms of per kilometer. So even if in the current situation where you connect your electric vehicle to Eskom, you would still be producing less CO2 emissions than you would if you were filling up with any of the conventional fuels. And then the other very important aspect is the disposal of batteries in an environmentally friendly manner. And that's something that we are looking at. So the batteries contain some novel minerals, but then they also have some hazardous substances, so they need to be disposed of in an environmentally friendly way. So if you can imagine that your laptop battery multiplied by, I'd say, 80 to 100 times in an electric vehicle would need to be disposed of, and you multiply that by the amount of EVs, that could become a significant challenge. So there's a lot of work being considered globally around looking at how to dispose of batteries in an environmentally friendly manner, focusing on circular economy aspects where batteries could be reused. They could have different lives. They could start off, or the same substances could start off in a vehicle battery and then be transformed for another use, and then eventually end up being recycled completely. So those are the elements that are being looked at, so that you don't have huge problems like you have with electronic waste today, where you have the challenge around disposing of all the mobile phones and the other equipment that comes with those technological items. So battery disposal is quite important. There are businesses internationally looking at how they could dispose of batteries. So there could be some business models that arrive out of battery disposal. And then also looking, there are other business ideas also being considered around lending, using batteries as well for grid balancing and storage and things like that. So all of those will become quite important in terms of environmental impact and measuring and mitigating the impacts of batteries. So we are looking at that in the report, and we continue to assess the considerations from a South African perspective. If we look now at labor and skills, so the most important thing would be to, as I mentioned, the roughly 8% contribution to GDP from the vehicle sector. So what you would like to do in a very high unemployment country like South Africa is ensure that at the very least that the jobs in the current vehicle sector can be retained. And as mentioned earlier, so this involves reskilling, maybe upskilling and retraining, or and also introducing maybe new areas that are part of the new value chain that develops. And then also very important, we were talking about 4IR and all the other aspects that come with EVs. And there's the whole area of smart mobility. So there could be some new business models that will be looked at that could provide some opportunities for additional job creation in the sector. And also, if we look at the way logistics is moving, it's becoming smarter. You can deliver packages off your app with Uber or, for example, many of the other different models that are developing. And mobility is really changing. So for South Africa, it's quite important to have within any framework that is developed to consider both retaining the current employment level in the existing manufacturing sector, but then also looking at how to create new opportunities from the new emerging aspects of the value chain. We then look at local content and localization. So local content includes component manufacturing, research and development, mineral beneficiation, and local business development. So from a component manufacturing perspective, South Africa has a significant industry related to component manufacturing for the current internal combustion value chain. And a lot of that can be adapted, but it must be noted that there are far fewer moving parts or parts in an electric vehicle than an internal combustion engine. So some of that work will need to be done to consider, how to maintain and sustain the component manufacturing industry as the industry transitions. Research and development. So a few years ago, I was involved in some of the lithium projects that were funded by the Technology Innovation Agency. And through that, I learned that the CSIR, some of the very earliest work around lithium-ion batteries for vehicles that was done by the CSIR was actually some very groundbreaking, and a lot of the innovation that happened off the research that was done in the CSIR. So South Africa does have some good background in terms of battery technology. It just has not had the opportunity to commercialize it for various reasons, including that while our vehicle industry is robust, it's actually very small relative to the global vehicle industry, and the same for the vehicle market. It's quite small relative to the global vehicle industry. So for mineral beneficiation, if you look at manganese, if you look at some of the other metals that could also be used in batteries, South Africa is well endowed with those minerals. So trying to figure out a way to take those minerals and develop further products out of those to integrate with the battery value chain will be quite important. it's important to remember that the engine will now be, the drivetrain will be the motor, and the battery will be what's producing the power for those drivetrains. So what we actually will be doing is then replacing the component manufacturing for internal combustion engines with the minerals that go into the battery. So a lot of work needs to be done on that to understand what the potential is. One of the considerations that will be looked at is that it needs to be cost effective. So having the minerals in South Africa will not necessarily translate to having manufacture unless it can be done economically and done to the latest technologies and specifications for the industry. So mineral beneficiation is certainly an opportunity to sustain the mining industry, and then also to potentially create new businesses that integrate into the value chain. Local business development, there is also a potential. While EVs are technologically advanced, they have much lower barriers to entry. And if you look at the US, there's a couple, besides Tesla, there's a couple of new emerging entrants in the EV industry. So South Africa, and the same in China, you have BYD and a few others. So in South Africa, there could be potential. However, as I mentioned, South Africa would need to tie up with or have a focus on other markets where you have much larger vehicle sales, because while the market is robust, it's relatively small. So those elements need to be considered in terms of local content and localization. And then the maintenance of current supply chain into the vehicle industry as it transitions is also quite important. And from that perspective, we need to look at how we can integrate as far as possible into the new value chains without losing any of the support industries that might supply into that. So if you look at some of the major components that are not related to the internal combustion engine, that will be relatively simple and relatively easy, but the other components could be more challenging to create local content for, but nevertheless, we have a lot of the opportunities to look at that. So in terms of the initial findings, how does that summarize? So if you look at this framework, we looked at the first 5 discussion points related to standards, incentives, charging, performance, and environmental impact as really being the pillars of a framework. And the objectives of that framework would be to have a globally competitive EV manufacturing sector, and incentives and support to enable the domestic EV market. And those would be the core, the objectives and the core pillars. And then you'd have what we call cross-cutting elements, which relate to skills development and training and local content. So yeah, putting all of this together, we put this out to stakeholders last week. We had a workshop to discuss with the stakeholders what their thoughts would be. And we are currently in a process of engagement with the various stakeholders. And you are welcome to get in touch with us. I think Harvey will provide some of these presentations to the participants along with contact details, and you're welcome to give us your input. Our aim is to take this interim framework, consult with stakeholders, and we have a second workshop planned later this month before we need to finalize our report by the end of the month. So with that, I think I'm almost at 12 o'clock, and I can close off the my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Very interesting project and extremely important project for South Africa. You guys very well. And we're looking forward to the implementation of this. Ibrahim, do you want to take questions now, or should you take questions during questions and answer session?
Well, I can take one or two questions now if people do have questions. That's fine.
Yeah, let's take, ladies and gentlemen, they're sponsoring this presentation, so let's allow a few questions right now. There is one question in the chat room where they're asking, when will this be implemented in South Africa? I know that you said that your report should be done at the end of the month, but
Yeah.
when do you think this will be implemented?
Well, that's our stakeholder is the Department of Transport. We know that there are other initiatives with, like, the Department of Trade, Industry and Cooperation, for example, and you know, so it will really fit in with everything else that's happening, and the South African Automotive Master Plan and Green Transports Plan. So all of these things, I think it's recognized by many of the stakeholders in government and industry that these need to be considered. So our report, I think, will form the basis of all the other work that's also being done to look at how to implement from the framework.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Ladies and gents, you're welcome to raise your hand or unmute so that I can recognize you. Then you can ask a question to Ibrahim. So there's a question in the chat room as well. How is this project aligning to initiatives and outputs already completed of the respective technical committees? So quite a long, can you see the chat room there? From e-mobility program.
Yeah, we've made an outreach to the different players in the industry, and we have recognized, and so is the Department of Transport, that there are other that became apparent at our workshop last week, that there are other reports and other studies going on. I think there's going to be some discussions later this year as to how to pull all of the different work together and coordinate that. And that's what was said by one of the representatives from the DOT at our workshop last week. So I do think that's going to be a focus. To note that it's part of the decarbonization strategy, EVs, it was Eskom EVs and hydrogen is the three pillars. So I do think it will become more important over the next few weeks and months.
Okay, thank you, Ibrahim. Would you kindly share your contact details in the chat so that people can pick it up there to contact you guys? And
okay,
yeah, thanks. And please stay online. I'm quite sure there will be more questions during the questions and answers. Thank you, Ibrahim.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gents. Our next presenter then is Mr. Willem Silvier. He's the entrepreneur and solutions architect working for the Western Cape Provincial Government on contract. And he's going to talk about the Western Cape Provincial Government motor transport electric vehicle strategy. Thank you very much, Willem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you see my screen?
No, not yet. Green share screen at the bottom.
All right, let me try again. And now?
We can see, yes, it is slide mode.
Here we go.
Is it possible to switch on your camera?
I am happy to do that. Here we go.
Thank you.
I say now we're connected. So, yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to highlight that I'm standing in for Mr. Ahmed. And maybe just one or two sentences about my background and involvement. We are very fortunate that we are the lead team to develop this with government motor transport. So we spent quite a bit of time in the last 2 years on the strategy. So, but thank you for the opportunity, and without further ado, let me take you through it. I just I'm struggling a little bit with, there we go. Okay, so we're going to start off with giving a little bit of a context, and I would certainly not try and repeat what was said previously, but just a very quick brief on the Industrial Revolution. Then the emphasis is really talk about the strategy. Our vision is to create an ecosystem in the Western Cape, and then we've done some practical work. We did a benchmarking trip up the East Coast for about 2,500 kilometers with 2 EVs, and we had gained some very valuable experience from that. Now, I think the key for us is, there's some very important fundamental building blocks around electric vehicles. I think some of the key trends that we want to embody in the strategy, and it kind of provided a fundamental driving in terms of our thought patterns and the designs. Obviously, the very first one is the point of renewable energy. So, it's a very key, it's an important key building block of our strategy, is that, the strategy is designed to actually leverage renewable energy as opposed to traditional energy. I think that's the first key building block. The second one is, we believe that the era of development that we're going through with renewable energy, the deregulation of energy generation in South Africa, is going to result in a scenario which moves from centralization to decentralization. Then I think the third one, which is very critical for us, is the era of digitalization. And I'll come back to that. I think, our new generation of electric vehicles are a lot more than electric vehicles. And we see actually the convergence of two critically important components, but we'll talk about that in a little while. Now, first of all, and I'm not an expert on electricity and energy, but I think one of the key fundamental principles that we see is that we'll move from a highly centralized to a highly decentralized environment. Now, that's got very specific implications for us in terms of the strategy. So, first of all, we're likely to see multiple providers, and we're already seeing, the regulations being changed, tenders coming online. So, effectively, in future, we will work with multiple sources of energy. And that might even include at the extreme, the inclusion of electric vehicles themselves, where some of the trends that we already see coming through from Europe, and it's a big part of our focus as well, is that electric vehicles, the likes of Volkswagen is already working actively on a strategy where you can actually arrive at home and you can power your home from your car. So the configuration of energy in South Africa is changing fundamentally, but it's not only changing from an energy source, it's changing to a scenario where it's going to be completely decentralized with multiple sources of energy, and it will create a very different ecosystem, which is quite exciting. If you think about how many houses are being equipped, how many buildings are being equipped with renewable energy, and in a lot of those cases that there's spare energy that's available, so it creates lots of interesting challenges. A key driver for us was to align the electric vehicle strategy with the economic strategy of the Western Cape. And there are three key driving forces. So growth and jobs is the first one. So a big part of our focus was to say, how can we use this opportunity for job creation and broad socioeconomic empowerment? So that empowering people is the second part. And although there's a perception which we are working hard to change, and that is that electric vehicles are just for the affluent segments. So part of what we're trying to do is various of our initiatives focus on how we can actually use renewable energy in electric vehicles to make a difference in the life of everybody. And then the third one is mobility and spatial transformation. So we believe that mobility is fundamentally changing with electric vehicles, and we'll talk about that in a short while. Now, I think the key for us, as we said, there are certain determining factors, and we developed some scenarios in terms of what is likely to happen. And those scenarios, those determining factors is typically, number one is what commitment to global climate change is being made by the Western Cape government, because that sets the scene for us. Then number two, and previous speaker talked about incentives. To what extent will we see aggressive incentives? I mean, the experience across the world is that this is a very important factor to drive vehicle adoption and to achieve critical balance in terms of the introduction of electric vehicles. Then the third one for us is, to what extent will the Western Cape government actually, actively convert vehicles, government vehicles, government incentives, not only incentives, but its own government vehicles, and that's where we sit right in the center with GMT. Then obviously, to what extent the charging infrastructure is going to be a facilitator, collaboration between the different stakeholders, and ultimately that will lead to a very high level of, or the level of adoption will also depend on the extent to what the OEMs are coming on board. So we think that those are the key determining factors. We are tracking these factors. We formulated a low, medium, and high road scenario. Our objective is to enable GMT in the Western Cape to achieve the high road scenario. Now, to achieve this, we envisage the creation of an electric vehicle ecosystem. And the ecosystem fundamentally, unless you have the ecosystem in place, achieving any form of critical conversion to electric vehicles will not be a reality. And we're already in a scenario where there's lots of debates. What comes first? Should we invest in charging infrastructure now? Should we wait for more vehicles to be on the market? And I think that's fundamental to the approach. Our objective is to create a complete ecosystem, and that's not only focusing on sources of renewable energy. It's about charging infrastructure. It's about empowering buildings, government buildings, private buildings, shopping centers, with charging facilities. At the same time, it is how do we empower people's homes? We have a scenario where a lot of our customers are government officials, and it's a very interesting debate. Where will the bulk of electric vehicle charging happen in the future? And everybody puts a lot of emphasis on the charging grid, and Winston is going to talk about it later this afternoon. But the fundamental question to us is, if a lot of charging can take place at home, it will, to a certain extent, take a lot of the pressure of the broader infrastructure, which is sometimes more complex to create. And then obviously it's around vehicle conversion. There's lots of opportunities in South Africa, in particular in the Western Cape, for electric vehicle conversion, which is outside of the mainstream of the OEM's focus. Then, what is our implementation plan? Our implementation plan is around a foundation phase, which talks about the strategy. Collaboration between all the departments are absolutely critical for us to achieve this. So, and there you see the pillars at the top, the Western Cape government, the leadership, the creation of this ecosystem, vehicle procurement, where we physically want to actually procure certain vehicles, research in terms of thought leadership, technology enablement. Now, let me stop there for a second, because I think one of the critical elements here is that I talk about the conversion of different driving forces. And one of the critical things is that it's not only about electric vehicles, it's about the connected vehicle. I think the important thing is the new generation of vehicles, and it's even across the board now. If you look at the latest electric vehicles from Volkswagen that's out there, they are already connected. Their systems are updated over the air. And I think that in itself creates a completely different ecosystem. So we need to think about not only electric vehicles, we need to think about the connected electric vehicle, where it's essentially, you can argue that the volume of software code that you would find in a new electric vehicle is equal to that of a serious data center of a couple of years ago. So effectively, you have a very, very advanced computer on wheels. And that's really opening up many, many doors. People think about autonomous vehicles being far out, almost without reach. I think the reality is that some forms of autonomy, levels 1 to 3, is already in place. So we see a very fundamental change in terms of things like traffic management, road safety, fleet management. So a lot of the focus that we are involving is about fleet management. And we think that the electric vehicle is going to be fundamentally cheaper in the order of about 30 to 35% more cost effective to operate. So the strategy really focuses on laying the foundation, creating a technology platform. I talked about the decentralized energy and energy configuration. The whole idea is to actually enable all of this through an integrated technology strategy. Then phase 2 will focus on the rollout phase. There's a number of pilot projects that we are initiating with various stakeholders to actually establish this ecosystem that we're talking about. And then we see in phase 4 the realization of that. Now, back to the fourth industrial revolution. The elements of our strategy is very much fundamentally based across all industries on the fourth industrial revolution. I just talked about connectivity. I just talked about huge amounts of data that would be available. So our lives from a fleet management, from a mobility perspective, can change fundamentally purely because of the volumes of data that we have. Number one. Number two, the huge levels of connectivity between individuals, cars, remote systems. It's actually going to open a variety of doors across industries, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's healthcare, financial services, public safety. All of it is going to be fundamentally impacted. Now, we talked about the electric vehicle ecosystem. Here you can see, if you look on the left, it's the charging infrastructure, the sources of renewable energy, charging points. And the idea is to create synergy between Western Cape government charging points, public charging points, home-based charging. I talked about that, where we actually want to create an optimum scenario where the focus is not only on public charging, but also how can we leverage home charging. Then at the bottom, you see there's a strong emphasis from how do we achieve the payment of this and a technology enablement of the charging so that we have remote visibility. When I get, in a couple of slides, I'll talk about our practical experience with driving an EV across 2,500 kilometers with, in some cases, good infrastructure, in some cases, not so good infrastructure. So the whole idea is to create this complete ecosystem. Battery recycling and repurposing, very important aspect. We believe battery recycling, specifically repurposing, can have a huge socioeconomic impact. And then really the partners, the Western Cape government departments, universities, vehicle converters, very strong emphasis on vehicle converters. And then obviously at the top, the OEMs. Right now, our experience is that it's pretty slow. I think there's an anticipation of the government to take the lead in terms of changing import duties and so forth. And it's kind of a little bit of a wait and see. All the OEMs are introducing luxury vehicles at the top end of the market. We understand why they're doing it. Unfortunately, it's not going to bring about fundamental change, which sits in the medium to the lower end of the market. And that's really our anticipation at this point is it's probably going to be a delay of anywhere between 2 and 3 years. We identified 7 different projects which are consistent. So our fleet, we have a couple of BMW i3s, which we've been testing extensively. Then we talked about the infrastructure, project number 2. Project 3 is around close collaboration and partnerships with the OEMs. And then 4 is testing locally electric vehicles, locally manufactured electric vehicles. And I talk about the vehicle converters. We believe that's quite a big opportunity for South Africa. And then it's number 5 is for us to actually complete some of our own conversion projects. And then project 6 is about the feasibility testing of battery repurposing and recycling. And then the last one is really about the technology. So that's the ecosystem that we envisage to create. So in the process of kind of building up our own wisdom, we undertook a trip of 2,500 kilometers up the East Coast, all the way to East London, from Cape Town, East London and back. And that resulted in very, very interesting experiences for us. Now, you know, everybody talked about the charging grid, and it was a very interesting debate because our team and one of our team members is going to speak a little bit later. I jokingly talked to him about Mr. Electric, you know, and I'm a novice. It's the first time that I undertake a trip like this. And it was a valuable, extremely valuable experience because I really know what range anxiety is. I really know what is involved to travel. It took 12 hours to travel from Cape Town to Tsitsikamma, purely because you can't effectively charge the vehicle. So we had very valuable experience. You know, as I said, two of us drove the cars all the way. We tested all the vehicle, all the charging stations, and we had very interesting results. We've also learned some very valuable lessons. Now, some of the key things that we've learned is, I think one of the fundamental principles of making this a success is to realize that the range that is specified by the manufacturer is almost a theoretical concept, because it's all dependent on how you drive. And you know, you can see some of the numbers there, the average speed versus the range, you know, so and the you know, the kilowatt that we use per 100 kilometers. And we actually created scenarios where we ran out of electricity and ended up in, you know, a little bit of drama. And as opposed to a scenario which you see there at the bottom, where we actually on one day drove 245 kilometers on a vehicle that's the formal range is 240 kilometers, and we still had 20% energy left. But we averaged 68 kilometers per hour. So those are the things that I think is absolutely fundamental for us to actually, you know, support customers to go through this transition, because it's quite an important thing to realize that when you depart and the vehicle says you've got a range of 240 kilometers, and 20 minutes later you look and it's all of a sudden, you know, 180. And it's that kind of experience. So we've learned some very valuable lessons. Now, you know, part of the valuable lessons is to understand, and one of the things that we learned is, you know, where's the sweet spot in terms of the time? You know, if you look at a 50 kilowatt DC charger, so here's some of the important stats for us. 40 minutes, it takes you 40 minutes to get to 198 kilometers of charge. One of the critical things that we, purely based on our experience, said the sweet spot for electric vehicles to work well in South Africa is a range of 400 kilometers and a charging time for 50% of around 20 minutes. So the logic is simple. You can go quite far. Most of us stop halfway. So if you can probably travel, you know, in a region of 800 to 1,000 kilometers. If you have a range of 400 kilometers and you can stop for 20 minutes, which is more or less the time that you take to have breakfast or coffee. And what is very interesting is the new electric vehicles that are being introduced are all in the region of 400 plus kilometers. We believe that the charging times will come down further. One of the fundamental things that we also learned is that we, from a fleet management perspective, with a big supplier base, a customer base. We have around 6,000 vehicles in GMT. We have to create very specific support mechanisms to help customers convert. And this not only refers to managing range anxiety. One of the things that was very fundamental for me on the last day I was actually on my own, is just to realize if this vehicle grinds to a halt next to the road, what do I physically do? And that's why we are busy with strategies to actually manage this anxiety, make our customers aware that there's 24/7 support. Whatever their problem is, we'll be able to support them, and that includes mobile applications, remote monitoring, and we believe that those are some of the effective mechanisms. Now, very interesting, based on our trip, you can immediately see the cost of electricity, 5.88 per kilowatt hour. The trip costed us 2,063 Rand for an electric vehicle. If you compare that to a normal internal combustion engine, it's 2,800, almost 2,900 Rand. And effectively, when you drive the BMW i3, we believe it's a very, very good city car. We don't believe it's a long distance car. Then, your cost of operating the vehicle for the same distance drops to 733 Rand a kilometer, which is fundamentally different from where we are. We don't think that we need to convince you of anything. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. We've got 5 minutes left if there are any questions.
Thank you, Willem, for an excellent presentation. If you don't mind, can we keep the questions for the questions and answers session just after the next two presentations? Then we can focus on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting what you guys are doing, and we're looking forward to talking to you in the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a great presentation as well from Western Cape Provincial Government, what they are doing there. Our next presenter then is Mr. Winston Jordan, Chief Executive Officer of Gridcast, and he's going to talk to us about an update on charging points in South Africa. I think it's a really important topic on this stage. Thank you, Winston.
Hi, I just want to share my screen quickly. There we go. Excellent. Is that all visible on your side?
Yes, we're just waiting. There we go. You can continue. Thank you, Winston.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I'm always fearful when I speak just behind somebody like Willem that talks with some good knowledge and good experience, and maybe one or two bad experiences. So I hope we can give you a little bit more confidence in terms of where things are and what the highway looks like at this stage. So I just quickly, in the last minute or two, I just quickly added 2 slides. So I'm going to quickly show you what they look like. The first one is that yesterday, somebody told me I have to be in Clarence this morning to have a discussion with the city. So I left Pretoria this morning. You can see there it says 310, that's my address. And I charged up at Felice and I stopped at Harry Smith and did a top up there, stopped on the side of the road and took a great picture about half an hour ago. And I'm now sitting in the hotel in Clarence. And if I look forward, that's what I see. So absolutely amazing. And that was all done on electric, by the way, just in case anybody was doubting that. So according to my plan, I arrived here 2 minutes late. And I thought it was pretty good after a 400-kilometer trip with 2 charging sessions in between. So if we understand the vehicles and if you understand where the technology is, and yes, if everything works along the way, you're going to be fine. It really is predictable. The distances are predictable. The charging things are predictable. And if you understand how your vehicle works. So I've got a 120 BMW i3. And I can tell you realistically, the kilos range somewhere between 160 if I drive it like I stole it, up to maybe 280 to 300 if I drive like my wife does. And she drives well. So the idea is that there is a very broad range and you need to manage that. So I always say to people, when you drive an electric vehicle, you know, somebody asked me on Facebook this morning, actually, when I published where I was going, and they said, you know, but what if you run out of power? You know, what happens if you run? So we just don't run out of power. And you don't run out of power in your car. So we understand where that network is. And yes, it takes a little bit more effort to understand that and manage it. Anyway, let's get into what the network looks like. So, you know, grid cars, just, I think everybody has probably seen this slide. So it's my standard opening slide. So let me just quickly run through. So grid cars is a charge point supplier. We're not a general charge point supplier. We don't have a whole catalog of charge points. We have essentially one charge point in each of three categories. And those charge points are really the charge points that we install ourselves in each of those three categories. So we have three categories, which is home charging, public AC charging, and public DC charging. And in each of those spaces, when we install networks for grid cars, these are the products that we install. And because we install them, we're also prepared to share them or sell them to other people because we can support them well. We know the technology, we know that it works well. The second thing is we're a charge point operator. So we help other people to develop their own networks. And I'll talk a bit more to that a bit later. So, and we'll manage the network for them. We'll take a lot of the administration out of owning the charging network. We're an e-mobility provider, so we work with the people who have customers, mostly OEMs, and we help to get their customers understood what the technology is about and to ensure that we can get them built and everything runs through the system. And then finally, we're also a network investor, so we invest in the network ourselves. Our strategy has very much been to look for coverage. So we don't look for cool locations, we don't look for you know, let's put lots of them in Cape Town. We look to make sure that we've got coverage on the major highways. And that doesn't mean that we have to install in very difficult places. So some of the charging stations that you're going to find are in sites where it's really, where the power is constrained. But unfortunately, that was the only place in 10 to 20 kilometers, you know, on either side. And that's where it made sense. So remember, grid cars' strategy number one is find an appropriate place for coverage, not for popularity. So that does determine where some of our sites go. We've got a strong team behind us, very technical. We're able to give very strong technical support, very good support for the customers as we move forward. I won't linger on that. I think something that's critical, and people vastly underestimate this. When you go and look at the statistics of strong networks overseas, they are celebrating when they have an 80% uptime. And that's because there is a lot of overlap of charging stations. So because there's enough charging stations around, you can afford to have 80%. If we had 80% uptime in South Africa, not one of the highways would be drivable because we've got critical failure points on every single one of the highways. And based on that, we've had a much higher threshold for being able to blend. So the grid car system that we have in place is a high uptime system. It can run, chargers can run when they're offline. We can do some really amazing stuff with that. We can authorize people to charge remotely without having to have connections to the charging station. And these are all facilities and services that we've developed within our network. But bottom line is we have a high uptime system, and we have an uptime of upwards of 99% at this stage. So really, you know, if you look at the network at any point in time, you might see 1 or 2 chargers having a problem out of 200. And it really gives us that stability in terms of the network. We've got a strong team across the country that can support that network. And I think the reason I've just lingered on these 2 slides is that this is vastly underestimated. We look at the network, so it's all about rolling out. It's not about rolling out. It's about keeping it up, keeping it live, and supporting that network. That is where the skills come, and that's where the real effort and scale has to be sitting behind any network operator. So I think I haven't watched previous presentations, so I think this is a very popular slide, so a lot of people use it. This gives you an idea of what the world volumes will be in 2020, 2021. What I've done is I've gone in, the last one, this is then the optimistic view, and this says that by 2026 we'll be 100% electric. Now, I agree we probably won't be, but this is a realistic view of it. This is something that was done by PhD people that went in, studied it, looked at it and said, this is the most optimistic line that we could look at. It could be that quick. depending on how fast things can pivot and how quickly we see things change. So NAAMSA has put out some numbers through to the members, and basically those numbers give this prediction. So this is both plug-in hybrids and BEVs. So we're talking about 1.2 million vehicles by 2035. Now, generally, I would say we can trust what we get from NAAMSA. So NAAMSA would understand their members base, and I would imagine that these numbers are fairly well informed by the members to achieve that line. That line gives you, if you just follow the NAAMSA prediction, then at the bottom graph, it tells us what we've got to be investing in millions in charging infrastructure over the next few years. Now, I'll jump over the first few years, but if we get to 2030, we're going to be putting close to 1.5 billion a year into charging infrastructure, just to keep up with the NAAMSA predicted numbers. So this is also using NAAMSA's numbers around charging stations versus electric vehicles. To be a little bit controversial, I'm going to go to the next slide, and that is, so the blue lines that you see on the left-hand side is NAAMSA's data. The green lines that you see in terms of the bar charts, that's GridCars' own internal prediction. Now, as you'll see, we vastly underestimate what compared to NAAMSA in the first 8 years. So up to, well, 6 years, sorry, up to 2028. But from 2028, we seem to be a little bit more optimistic about where the market is going to go and see how quickly that's going to grow. If we then bring in one more element, and that's now the graph on the right, and that's the red lines. The red lines are if we grow at the same rate of the EU. Now, I know that's unreasonable. It's not reasonable for us to grow at the rate that the EU is growing, but have a look how big that gap is, even between what GridCars is looking at. If you compare that to NAAMSA, that says we're sitting at 1/20th of the growth rate that we're going to see in Europe. Now, you've got to build your own opinions in between all of these. The bottom line is, while we now see very slow adoption of electric vehicles and very slow movement towards, let's say, the manufacturing of electric vehicles, I think these rates of change will happen much faster. So we're going to suddenly see 2 years where we'll see 3 factories get established, or just radical changes. So as we look at that, let's have a look at how vehicles have come into the country over the last few years. So 2014, Nissan Leaf joined us. Then we had 2015, we had the BMW i3. 2017, 18 was only the i3. There was no other choice. Then 2019, Jaguar joined. Suddenly 2021, we had Porsche Taycan, and right at the nip of the year, we had the BMW iX. And 2022, this is what it's looking like. And this is not the full picture. I had a discussion yesterday with somebody from an OEM, and I'm probably going to have to add another 4 cars into the bottom of this list. So we are really looking at 20 to 30 models on the road before the end of the year. This shows that hockey stick change. This is the aggression that we're looking at. And yes, it is expensive cars, but you know what? That's how we pave the roads. We paved the roads with expensive cell phones, and that brought us to where we are today. So when, I won't delve deeply into it, but just to give you the very high levels, this is
Jimmy, we lost Wilson there. Let's just give him time to reconnect. Wilson, just unmuted.
I am back. Sorry about that. It was the internet connection that just dropped the looks of it. Can you hear?
I can hear you. Oh my gosh, I think it dropped again.
Hear me?
Winston, it's yeah, the connection is suddenly very
Harry,
bad.
can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Maybe you can switch you can switch off your video.
Okay.
Maybe that will help.
Okay, let me do that quickly.
Connection seems to be fine now.
Is it fine? Okay, let me then start this thing again. So I've lost my mouse. Okay, can you see the slides?
Not yet, no.
Okay, let me get to the Zoom session and share the screen again. We're back.
Yes, great.
Right. Okay. Let's hope it stays there. Sorry about that. Okay. This is the OEMs that are currently using the grid cars payment backend system. So it is a single payment system. So in other words, we're working with generic international standards, OCPI in particular. The idea being that we can roam across various networks. So different networks can all connect and we can do the thing. So in theory, you only need one card in South Africa. I say in theory because while roaming is possible across networks, it is also up to the two people who own the network, the one who owns the card and the one who owns the network. So if I've got a GridCast card and I have a network and that network is called XYZ, XYZ must agree to allow my customers on their network. So there is still an activation process. It's not automatically that it works, but certainly the technology is automatic in terms of the process in the background. If we look at these various charging levels, so GridCast plays quite strongly in two places. One, the one that you see highlighted there, so sort of let's call them public ACs, and then in the middle tier, which is more around the DC fast chargers that we provide. Clearly, we're also in the space of looking at the multi-million rand systems. We'll be going to fuel stations and things like that. So I want to cover two properties of charging that I think is really, really important. The first one is that chargers must be connected and they must be smart. And a lot of the questions that you would have heard Willem asking are actually answered by this, in that if you've got connected chargers and if the connections are reliable, then we're going to have more active things that's going to be easy to manage. We can always see if they're online. You can do your planning a lot better. If chargers are smart, we're going to be able to see that they manage existing power. They're going to can manage limited amounts of power. They can deal with a lot of the things that typically would be causing problems. And this includes things like your house. But what we can also do is a smart network is able to look at sharing, let's say, a limited amount of power in an area. So let's say in the area I live, the only available power for charging is a megawatt. That megawatt can be shared across all 2,000 homes. And we can then, using scheduling, we can time when different chargers are going to be charging or when different customers are going to be charging. So smart charging is absolutely the most critical thing. In fact, the problem that we face in South Africa right now is because we have no legislation that drives any of this. You're able to go and buy off of let's just say a very popular portal in South Africa that sells lots of different things, where you can get a really cheap product that is not smart. And what's going to happen with these systems is they're just like having a kettle. So it's really hard for us to know that there's a charger there or that it's even a charger that is charging the electric vehicle. Whereas smart chargers, we can control their power, we can understand what they're doing, we'll know that they're installed at a certain location, we can really manage their thing. So we've been working quite extensively over time with people like Eskom to really understand this, understand how that model is going to go forward. I'll just skip the slide, that's too much thing, but really this tries to cover the ideal locations of where the good places are to install chargers. I want to move on from that. So where are the chargers installed? So this is a map that I'm sure everybody has seen. I've tried a little trick here, and that is I'm going to switch between two slides, and I want you to watch very carefully. This is what the map looked like in November 2021. So 4 months ago, that's what the map looked like. This is what the map looks like today. So I'm going to flip back and I'm going to go backwards and forwards a few times just so that you can see the difference. So there's November. So it looks like today. Okay. So what does that really look like? So this is the change that has happened in the last 3. It says 3 at the top. My apologies. It's actually 4 months. So over the last 4 months, let's include March because I know 1 or 2 of them are still busy being installed. This gives you an idea of what was installed. So quite a bit on the Audi partnership that GridCast has got with Audi. You have seen a lot in the media around that. We've also installed quite a few chargers for customers. We call them private owners. So they're public chargers, but just privately owned. So it's hotels, it's different places like that. We've done 2 for a new charging network called eCharge Network that started up. So that's a charging network operator. There have been 8 that have gone in at the dealerships. That was Delta units. There was another 2 that went in at dealerships for Audi. That was ABB. BMW acquired 100 chargers that are going to go out to dealerships and partner locations. I know they're not installed yet, but over the next few months they will be. We've personally, as Grid Cars, we've done 19 new home chargers in that period. And there's another 4 public chargers, which we're not sure who installed them. So we just saw them appearing on social media and things like that. And Breeve also extended their network by 3 in the last 3 to 4 months. So this is just in the last few months. I want you to have a look at this. So what we have installed in South Africa is we've got a total of nearly 17 megawatts installed. If you look at the all installed. Now, if we then exclude what is inside dealership workshops and things like that, that brings us down to about 13 megawatts. So there's about 13 megawatts of charging stations installed. And literally in the last 4 months, we've installed another 6 megawatts of power. That means this network capacity has increased by up to 38% just since December, January, February, and I'm including March in that, so the ones that we know on track. So really we are seeing, even in the charging space now, we're seeing a much, much bigger and stronger drive towards building the technology and putting things out there. Where we're going to be going to now is we're going to start to see a lot more changes where we've got to start looking higher up the value chain. So currently, most of the things are done from the distribution board downwards. So if I just look over here, I'm going to start with this picture and say, you know, we can do smart load management, we can do smart charging. This is typically between the charging station and the electric vehicle, mostly at a site level. At the next level, we can start looking at load balancing. We can bring in battery boosting of the chargers. We can start to support those. We're starting to see the first sites where we have to do that, where we've got to be able to support the actual charging power at the sites. The next level is you've got to start to look at the distribution level of being able to bring the distribution boards in, bring things like solar in, additional batteries, potentially even grid storage now, and starting to look at things like grid storage and smart charging across areas, not just smart charging in a location. And as we move up, we're going to start looking at upgrading transformers. So, you know, there's certainly a few of the sites that we've been looking at over the last few months as strategic sites that we'll probably look at installing chargers in over the next 12 to 24 months. And in many of those cases, we're having to look at transformer upgrades in those sites to understand how we're going to be able to get more power. And especially as we move to up in the power rate, I mean, we go up to these 100.
We'll wait for Winston to reconnect. Winston, just unmute.
Okay, I think we got back online a bit quicker that time. My apologies.
I'm going to switch off your
Can you hear me, Harry?
Maybe that will help. Yes. Let's give him some time to reconnect again. Obviously some problem there. Okay, seems to me we've got a problem there. Unfortunately, Winston, you back with us? I can stop share. It seems to me we've got a problem there. Okay, let me put up our program. We can give him time to conclude after the next presenter. Let's bring in Mr. Karel Snyman. He's the solar energy specialist. He's going to talk about applying the principles of alternative energy to your household and mobility. Thank you, Karel.
Thank you, Harry. Maybe I should start my video as well.
Thank you.
And there you can see I've aged a little bit since the previous picture. I'm going to share my screen as well. Is this okay? Can you see what's happening there?
Excellent. Thank you, Karel. You can continue.
All right. I'm going to talk about applying the principles of alternative energy to your household and mobility. That's a mouthful, but I'm going to try and make it simple. First, we'll talk about energy. So let's just jump right in. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for your time listening to this. Hopefully, I can make it interesting. If we look at energy, I'm going to tell you that I am biased. I've been working, excuse me. I've been working in energy for quite a while. It's something like about 33 years. So I've looked at all the various alternatives, and I favor solar. Of course, there are other energies and especially renewable energies that are worthwhile contemplating and considering and using. But for me, it's very easy to use solar energy, and I'll show you why. So in the world, there's quite a lot of solar energy. You can see it's spread out all over the place. And even in places where you can see there is not a lot of sun, they've been using sun. Germany, you can see, is light green, which shows you that they have maybe a third to half the radiation that we have in South Africa, and they've been one of the leaders in the world in using solar energy. And the question then begs, why are we so far behind? Why haven't we started using solar energy already? And if you look at solar energy compared to the other energy sources in the world, we're still using lots of coal, petroleum, these sort of things. You can see solar energy dwarfs all the others. If you want to know what is left of these finite energy resources, you take that bubble on the left, the 16 tera-year bubble, that's what the world consumes every year, and you divide that into the number you have on the right-hand side, and you see how many years we have left of the finite source of energy. But still, these sources of energy create pollution, and there's about 7 million people that die every year prematurely because of this pollution. That's more people that have died because of COVID. So you would think, why does not this a pandemic or something? Why do people not pay attention to this? Fortunately, now it's happening. More people are paying attention to that, and that is driving the change that we have to cleaner energy sources, and especially electric vehicles, what we've been talking about today. So in South Africa, where I live, I can produce 2.5 megajoules of energy of 1 square meter of solar. That's just 1 square meter. And that 1 square meter will put you back about 3,000 Rand. That is the same as about 700 watt hours of electricity, or 0.7 kilowatt hours of electricity, just to make it easy for you to do the calculations if you want to now start looking at that type of calculation. So this is obviously not the same in the Cape. In the Cape, it's a little bit less, but they have more sunshine in the summer than we have in Gauteng. So then it becomes kind of equal. But in the winter months, when they also have rain, they have less solar radiation, and we have more sunshine days. But there are all those things you need to take into consideration. Okay, now let's look at how do you harvest the sun. The first system here is a grid-tied system. And you can see you need solar panels, you need an inverter that is fit for this purpose, and you can then supply the AC loads. And it's a grid-tied system because you don't have a battery for energy storage, you're using the grid. So when the sun is not shining, your house then is powered by the grid. And you can feed back into the grid if you have any surplus energy. But of course, the grid operator needs to allow that. And where I live, Eskom did allow that in the beginning. But a couple of years back, they said, no, you're not allowed to do that anymore, because I was paying much less for electricity. Even though they were getting the energy, it was during the times where they had rolling blackouts. Anyway, when things improved, they put a smart meter in, and I couldn't feed back anymore into the grid. They said that was illegal. Now, I know certain parts of our country is now allowing that, and that's great stuff, because that's the way it should be. There should be some collaboration and partnership between the customer and the supplier of the energy. That's the best situation. Then, of course, if you still have the grid-tied situation, you can add a battery bank, and that provides you then energy when Eskom is not there, when they fall away or there's load shedding, and you can take the energy then out of the battery bank, and you can decide how big that battery bank can be. Of course, you can size that the way you want to. Then you can take Eskom away, and you can have an island situation where you are on your own island, you are independent, and the solar energy supplies your loads. And of course, when the sun doesn't shine, you use the batteries to power your home. I'll get more into that. This is another situation that you can have that is more and more becoming the norm in South Africa. And in a couple of years, this will be the situation. You can charge your car also off your home. I charge my car, I'm driving on sunshine. I charge my car using a normal 15 amp plug. I don't drive that much anymore. I think my average kilometers per year has halved now that we are working from home. You can also use your car to feed back into your home via an inverter. This has been made possible by Leaf when the Leaf was available, and I will talk a little bit more about that later. But also the best situation to have is be connected to the grid, because the grid will will act as a big battery. And of course, the costs of batteries are quite expensive. We'll see, I'll talk about that a little bit later as well. That's quite expensive. So if you can share that with a lot of people, the use of the battery becomes much more optimized. And the cost of the kilowatt hours you get from a battery bank is much lower. So if it's a city supplying you or Eskom supplying you, if you can get some sort of arrangement with the city or Eskom to share the battery, that is the cheapest solution. Currently, it's not legal, I think, yet in South Africa for me to share with my neighbors. Hopefully that will also become possible and create a situation that is then much cheaper than being on your own island. This is what I mentioned about the Leaf. The Leaf was manufactured in Japan, designed there. It has a battery of 24 kilowatt hour capacity. The average Japanese home uses about 11 kilowatt hours a day. Just saying that the vehicle then can easily supply the home. I used to commute to work using 5 kilowatt hours, come back, and then I could plug my home into my car if it was possible at the time, because my evening consumption was only at max 6 kilowatt hours, and then drive the next day back to work and recharge my car. So that is a very interesting principle to apply. And of course, then it does away with many other things that you currently are paying for, that you would not have to pay for when you can do this. Of course, there's also the worry that the battery might not last as long, but batteries today, they have got a very long life. We've seen that. We have a car, a BMW i3, that has covered more than 300,000 kilometers, and the battery is still quite good. So looking at solar energy, the sun doesn't shine all the day, so you have to think about what do you do? How do you design your system? You have excess power during the sun hours. And of course, you've got to use this excess power to charge batteries so that you can supply the off-peak loads that you have, the loads between midnight to 7 o'clock in this graph, and then from 5 o'clock to midnight again. So to calculate this, it is possible to sweep all the radiation of the day together into a block that represents sun hours and peak production multiplied, and that gives you your solar energy yield. That's the principle that you use. And a little bit more about this later as well. So fortunately for us, solar energy has become much cheaper. The components that you use to build your solar installation has become cheaper. Fortunately, batteries are also falling in price. I think the battery price have reduced by about 80% over the past decade. And we see because of that, the price of electric vehicles are also coming down. Unfortunately, in South Africa, we still have legislation and taxes that makes them too expensive. They don't need to be that expensive, and we will struggle to get them in the market if it remains that way, hopefully, and we hear the noises, this is changing. We need to also produce electric vehicles in South Africa, because the markets that we produce for overseas, about 65% of the 400,000 vehicles we produce are exported to England and Europe. And that means that market is changing fast. So if we don't change as fast as Europe and England, we're going to lose that industry. And that means we're going to lose a lot of jobs in South Africa and be much worse off than we are now. So I hope that we can adapt fast enough and change the legislation. This is what my car looks like without clothes. You can see there's a big battery pack in there. That battery pack stores about 39 kilowatt hours of electricity. That's about a third of the battery pack of the Jaguar I-Pace, but the car is also a much lighter car. And I prefer it this way because I will talk about that again later. You don't need all this tons of goods that you take with you just to commute. And let's just take a look at energy so we can get on the same page regarding energy. The energy for a body is about 12 megajoules a day. That's if you're kind of my weight. And you do some exercise, so you're active. If you don't do that exercise, maybe you should not consume more than 6 megajoules of energy per day. That's in food terms. To walk, you would need 25 megajoules to cover 100 kilometers. Of course, you're not going to walk that way, but that's comparing it with cars as well. To cycle, 11 megajoules. If you use an electric bicycle, you would only require 8 megajoules. That's because the electric bicycle is more efficient than your body converting energy into work. If you drive a petrol car and your consumption rate is about 8 liters, 100 kilometers, that's what you will use in terms of energy, 272 megajoules of energy. If you have an electric car, 5 to 6 times less, that's 54 megajoules of energy. And that's why we're moving towards electric. The central or the main reason for going to electric, the vehicle is just so much more efficient. The same thing is true for incandescent bulbs. We don't have that anymore. We've switched to LEDs, which is also much more efficient. But public transport is more efficient than driving your own car. 40 megajoules if you're on a bus and 20 megajoules if you're on a train. And we have modeled this and we've shown this. We should set targets for ourselves that are much more drastic and stronger, because actually we can achieve that, and it's worthwhile to try and achieve that. We can, on the road, consume as little as 20 megajoules if you are in a small commuting car, a right-sized vehicle, a vehicle that is purpose designed for commuting. Or if you're on a public transport system like a personal rapid transit rail system, then you can use only 10 megajoules of energy for 100 kilometers. That is 2.7 kilowatt hours for those of you who would like to make the conversions. Just again, a comparison then between my petrol car and the other options. Currently, petrol is priced at about 21 rands per liter. You consume about 8 liters. And that'll put you back about 170 rands. With an electric car, same size, it'll only cost me about 30 rands to refuel because the car is very much more efficient. But Eskom do make available to industry and commerce overnight tariffs. That's when they don't sell electricity between the evening peak and the next morning peak. And that can cost you then 1 rand per kilowatt hour. And if you do that, you charge your little commuter car at off-peak rates, you pay as little as 5 rands. Now, 5 rands compared to 170 rands, it's quite a big difference. And that's what we should be aiming for. Let's take a look at the pollution. Somebody earlier mentioned this, and I'm glad that we do, because we should not forget this. If we compare the electric car with the petrol car produces 20 kilograms of carbon for every 100 kilometers that it travels. Now, of course, you have to compare the power station as well, because we have to generate electricity. But if you do that, you have to also keep in mind the refinery and Secunda, where petrol is produced. Now, for the refinery, it's 6 kilograms per 100 kilometers, but for Secunda, it's 40. At the power station, it's 15 and 5 respectively. So resultant figures are 40 compared to 15 to 5. That's almost 3 times more pollution you produce with a petrol car in Gauteng than with an electric car. And that's using Eskom electricity. So Eskom is much better to consider to use than imported petrol still. Now, if we also consider driving on solar energy, it is possible, but it's not very comfortable now. You have to design a car that is very light, typically one that weighs about 400 kilograms and has a very low coefficient of drag. Now we know about solar car races and all these sort of things, and we've seen it's possible. And there are also vehicles being produced in Europe that make use of solar energy most of the time. But I think we still have some time to go before we can do that I prefer to use the solar panels on my roof to charge the batteries for my car and not take my solar panels with me everywhere I go. Looking at the home, this is a typical middle-class home consuming about 20 kilowatt hours. You see we are a little bit more than Japan, and that'll cost about 48 rands. Now compare that with your car. If you have a petrol car traveling 80 kilometers a day, that's a commute to and back from work, and say your consumption rate is 8 liters 100 kilometers, you will pay 128 rands for that. Compare the 120 with the 45 of your home. That is not on par. You are paying much more for your car energy than for your home energy. So your brain should tell you that is not right. It's wrong. You should not do that. If you use an electric car, it's coming a little bit better. So 28 compared to 45. But if you use this little commuter car, that is much better. And that is, I would say, in the right ratio. And in time, when you charge your car at home, your car will become like a home appliance. And this home appliance, for me, then at 5 rands, that's about right. I would like it to be there. I'm not currently there. I'm currently sitting at the 28 rands, but I think there's room for improvement. When you look at converting to solar power at your home, you want to go off the grid, there's a number of questions you should ask yourself. What are all the things that are powered by electricity? What is the kilowatt rating? For how long is it on? Can you reduce the demand? Can you move the demand to another time of day? For instance, the loads that you have overnight, can you put them during the sunshine time? Is it better to use gas, alternative energy for cooking? And heating water, how do you heat your water? Is it passive solar? What about a heat pump? And do you need air conditioning? You should consider all these things. And then also you need to think about the energy that you consume during the day and energy you consume during the night. Here is a before scenario where the geysers were on at nighttime, and that is also responsible for about 1/3 of your energy. So you should think of not having your geyser on during the night. I will show you some graphs just now to show you what I've done. This is how you size the system. You make a list of all the things that you use in the house that is powered by electricity. You look at the peak kilowatt demand that they have on the system. You see how many hours they are on, and then you calculate the amount of energy that they use to see how much energy you need. And then you see the total peak requirement is about 6.65. So you should be able to get away with an 8 kilowatt inverter on the right-hand side. Then your PV size, you should at least try and produce the energy that is consumed, 20 kilowatt hours. You would need about 9 450 watt panels for that. So the energy storage is 20 kilowatt hours. So 4 batteries can do that for you. Just a quick costing of the system: 40,000 rand for the inverter, 30,000 rand for the solar panels, 160,000 rand for the energy storage. So it's a system that's about 230,000 rand if you have that size house. This is a very rough figure. You can't keep me to this figure, but that is about what it should be. And now I'm going to get practical. I'm going to show you what I've done. This is my first installation, 1st November 2012. This is just after we finished it, and I thought it made a good picture, but this is what it looks like. This is everyday production. Every bar here is the various days that it was running from the 18th. The picture was taken on the 18th of November, and you can see the production every day. And this is a daily graph, the bell, I call it the bell graph, and you can see I had typically 7 hours in the summer here, and the peak was 3.4 kilowatts. So 25 kilowatt hour production during the day. This is another graph, but now it's 8 July and more recent. The panels were old when I installed them. I got second-hand panels. So at that time, I didn't have enough money to buy new ones, but I bought second-hand ones, and they're still working quite well. You can see I've lost a bit of production, but take into account this is winter as well. We only have 6 sun hours. The peak was 2.4. So I'm producing on average about 15 kilowatt hours a day. I made a new installation. I changed homes from the old home that I lived in. I'm renting out that now. I divided it up, and I've got stables in the plot that I live. I built a new house in the place of the stables, and I've got a new roof plan for solar. I decided to experiment a bit, and these are the old solar panels facing north. These panels came off a solar electric vehicle charge station that we had at the CSIR. So I took them from there. They were already working. I think these solar panels now must be about 20 years old. So they don't produce the 155 watts as it did before. I think I might have had a 10 to 20% loss on these things, but they're still working fine. I'm still using them. And then I have an east and west facing installation as well. You can see the top array is the east facing ones, and the bottom one, that's the, well, the other way around, west and then east at the bottom. So this is my installation. I actually did this myself, so it's not that neat, and the wires are open, but I prefer them to be like that so I can see and play around. I add things and I take things away to see what happens to my production and the yield of solar energy. This is just a graph to show you that this bell curve is much flatter than the previous one, just a north-facing situation. The reason for this is I want energy earlier in the day. Therefore, I have the east-facing panels. And I don't need the high peak in the middle of the day. It's fine to be flat like this, but I would like to start using energy earlier, and I would like to stop using energy later. And you can see in this case, this was a winter. I had a 4.5 peak and 6 hours, so I produced about 27 kilowatt hours. That's a potential. I didn't produce exactly all that because the areas under the graph where I did not consume is then less. This red line here is my consumption line. The blue is the battery energy. This shows above the line that the battery is being charged. And when it goes below the line, the battery energy is going to go for supplying the load. And the green is the solar energy production. This is easier to see. Yeah, you can see the scale is from 0 to 6 kilowatts. And you can see the battery here, that's the voltage, it's 93% full. At this time of the picture, this day I produced only 12, I didn't have many loads, and I consumed only 11 kilowatt hours. And you can see again, the sun hour was about 4 because it was flat. It was also very cloudy this day. The sun could not produce as much energy as I required all the time, so it took some energy out of the battery at times. But still, I got by. And this is what you live with. Every day is not the same. There are clouds, days are shorter, all kinds of things. What is interesting to know that early in the morning, when it's still cold, the solar panels are much more efficient compared to the afternoon when they've heated up. So I try to use it in the morning as much as possible. Yeah, you can see the sun came up, the battery started charging. Then I switched on the I think this was the dishwasher. No, this was something, this might have been the car and the dishwasher. And here's my geyser. It's on a time switch. And when the geyser finished, I plugged in the car again. And this was a good day. It was in August. We had 4.5 sun hours and, well, 7 sun hours and a 4.5 peak. So I produced quite a lot of energy. The potential for producing a lot of energy was there, but I only produced 20 and consumed 19. I have a few of these graphs to show you so that you can get a proper picture. This was a good day because we had 8 sun hours and I could produce 36. And here you can see I let the battery charge first, and then I plugged the car in, plugged out the car, the geyser came on, and then I plugged in the car again to charge the batteries. The other loads are not really significant. This is early in the morning when we make coffee and things like that. That's the dishwasher again, and that is the geyser. I didn't plug in the car in this day. And here you can see, again, a cloudy day, trying to charge the batteries first, the car, the geyser, and again, the car. I must have gone to a meeting in the afternoon. And I think you get the picture. Let me skip these and talk about a few other things. I'm not quite sure how I'm on time, Harry.
Carl, about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I want to close off, I think this is the last slide, just to show you a bit of a comparison that I did earlier this morning when I was waiting for everything to start. I thought I needed, after this slide, I needed a bit of a closing. So I'm looking here at the commuting. I'm looking at internal combustion engine cars, electric vehicles from the grid, electric vehicles from solar. And we have about a population of commuting cars of 5 million in South Africa. Obviously, that's not an exact number, but that's a good estimation. And before COVID, these cars covered about, on average, 24,000 kilometers a year at a consumption rate of 9, but I assumed 8 earlier, so let's stick to the 8. And they consumed, what is that? 9.6 billion liters of fuel. And this at a price of 20 Rand would cost you about 192 billion rands. The electric vehicles, same distance, consumption rate of 13 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers, will consume 15 billion kilowatt hours at a price of 2.30 Rand. That's about 35 billion rands. The difference is 150, well, almost 160 billion rands. If you use solar energy, and I've calculated the life of the solar system and got a price per kilowatt hour, it would save you another, 176 billion rands. So that's quite a lot of money. And I think that is a good reason for us another good reason for us to move over to electric vehicles. Because you need to consider that 50% of this money that we pay for the fuel is leaving our country. The other 50%, it goes to levies and taxes and all these sort of things. And also we're producing 23 million tons of CO2 with internal combustion engines. Well, we don't have any pollution with electric vehicles, except what is produced at the power station. So you will still have pollution with a grid, but much less. You've seen earlier it's between half and a third of the pollution that you cause here. And of course, with solar electric vehicles, you have no pollution. And with the grid, you can have a saving of almost 160 billion, and they're almost a saving of 180 billion, which we can use much better, I believe. Thank you. If we get it right, we can fly. Any questions?
Carl, thank you very much. I think there will be a few questions. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. You're making us think a lot today.
I really hope so.
Carl, please stay online. We're just going to give Winston quickly opportunity to conclude his presentation, which he couldn't because of his connection problems, and then we'll do the panel discussion. So Winston, you're welcome to share your screen.
Thank you very much. So sorry about the connection problems. I hope I don't have another one. Can you just give me permission to share, Harry?
You should have.
Doesn't want to let me. It says that I can't.
Why on earth? Let me see.
There we
Maybe
go.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so there's really just 2 or 3 slides, the last few. So this is a slide that I always talk about the rates. And every time I show this slide in a presentation, I look at the number at the bottom and see, it's 16 Rand a litre. And then I say I have to update it. So actually I updated it on Tuesday. And then yesterday's announcement came, so I had to update it again last night. So I want you to watch carefully what the change is. So I'm going to move now between the 16 Rand a litre to the 20 Rand or 21 Rand a litre. So what has literally happened is we've gone from public charging costing maybe R1 a kilometre, with petrol maybe R1.50 a kilometre, up to petrol at nearly R2 a kilometre, and public charging still staying at R1 a kilometre. So the business case for electric vehicles just became 25% better overnight. So any model that you've done, if you were 25% short, you're now on target. And I can assure you this is really going to be a game changer, especially if the price stays in that region. Certainly, Carl has covered this extensively. Charging electric, we get down to about 37 cents a kilometre, and on solar, about 17 cents a kilometre. Most people work on what we call blended rates. So we look at a solar blend and a non-solar blend at 44 cents versus 34 cents. And really, that's it. I've got a couple of pictures of what the charging stations look like. So I'm sure you've all seen these on the roads, and that's one of the new ones that we did. So hopefully next level of Grid Cars branding that you'll be seeing on the roads over the next few years. So anybody wanting to go over to that one, it's at 4 Ways Mall. So if you find yourself in the area, go and take a selfie, put it on Facebook, tell us about it. We really want to hear some comments so that we can formulate the brand a bit better for Grid Cars. And thank you so much for giving me the extra chance just to finish off.
Thank you, Winston, for sharing this great news.
Right.
Really appreciate it. So can we have our panelists of this afternoon? In other words, Ibrahim Takolia and Willem Silvier, Winston Jordan and Carl Snyman, if you can kindly turn on your cameras and unmute so that I can bring you into the spotlight.
I have to make an excuse for Willem, Harry. He had to leave.
Okay.
I'll
Right,
try
so
and
then we
answer
have
questions
these.
if possible.
We've got this capable panel, Winston Jordan, Carl Snyman, and Ibrahim Takolia. And ladies and gents, you're welcome to raise your hand. If you go to the bottom of your screen, there's reactions. You'll see there's a raise hand function, which you can use, or you can unmute yourself, and then I will see that you've unmuted, and I can recognize you if you want to ask a question, please. While they're thinking, I recently bought a vehicle, a new vehicle, and but my personal need is an SUV, and I need to visit my brother's farm quite often, and they need really, it's off-road conditions. You know, you need to hide almost a 4x4 in that area when you go there. And so how do you think is the future for SUVs in electric cars?
They come in. The trucks are coming quickly. The Rivian, the Ford F-150s. We're going to see lots and lots of them in the market. I think even Toyota is now starting to talk about it. So yeah, give us a year, maybe two, and I think there'll be serious buckies and double cabs and much more cab EVs on the road.
Yeah, there's also a Hummer, Harry.
Yeah.
There we go.
I don't know if you followed Ewan McGregor and Charlie Boer on their long road up, where they had Harley Davidson electric motorcycles. They traveled from Patagonia to Los Angeles, and there were two Rivian buckies traveling with them on that route, providing them support. So the Rivian vehicle is coming, a very exciting vehicle. Unfortunately, they just announced a price increase last night, and some of the vehicles that ordered the vehicle, some of the customers that ordered the vehicle decided to cancel. But I think that will still be okay. It's an amazing vehicle. And if you read reviews about Rivian, I would suggest go Google the vehicle, Rivian, R-I-V-I-A-N, and check it out. It is something, I mean, you will be hoping that you actually saved your money and that the taxes will drop so that you can afford one of those. That'll be that's a fantastic.
Which there's a TV program, I think on this Ignition TV. It's called Vintage to Electric, something like that. And these guys specializes, you know, they specialize in converting old vehicles to electric. And it's actually great, you know, they're looking how they're doing it and so on. So maybe that will also become quite a lucrative business in future.
I believe that's popular. That's going to be popular. You know, petrolheads have many reasons and a variety of reasons why they love cars. You know, and to extend that, looking and living with a vintage car is going to be possible if you make it electric. You might even want to add some sound to that because you can easily do that. That's what the BMW i8 has done to their vehicle. So you can still enjoy driving whatever you want to drive, albeit a classic, how classic it is, and put your own sound in.
Right. Sophia, you're welcome to ask your question.
Hi, thanks, Harry. It's for Winston. It's really, really interesting to see the amount of coverage that Grid Cars has. So thanks for that. The question I have is, in your presentation, you focused on the fact that it's coming off the bulk of the electricity is actually being pulled off the grid. And there are components where you've got solar oriented areas or you're working towards it. I just want to confirm in my mind that right now, all your charging points come off the grid directly, and you don't have the alternative renewable in place just yet, but you are working towards it. That's really, it was a clarification more than anything else. Thanks.
Sure. Well, thank you for clarifying that, because I'm very concerned that that came out in the thing. About 40% of the sites that we've installed that, if not more. So when we last looked, it was 40%. A lot of them at big malls and sort of remote areas. So there really is a lot of solar on the grid. As a policy for the company, we always build grid-tied solutions. So they're always tied to the grid. And that's just because that's the way to make reliable charging. You know, the last thing once you get there, so sorry, there's no sun, you can't charge. So we have to be grid tied, but there is a big effort to work with all of our customers, or at least all of our sites, to migrate them, help them understand the energy transition, help them understand what's necessary, because there's a lot of planning that's got to go. So yes, grid tied, large percentage already got solar, and we constantly working with everybody to actually take them even further and off grid. We've even now got some systems that are able to absorb solar into batteries and then dump the batteries when the cars come.
Harry, can I just ask a follow-up question to that, if you don't mind? So the follow-up is, you mentioned that you definitely tied to grid, but you've got the solar. What happens when we have load shedding? What do the guys do then? Because obviously now grid's off and potentially solar's potentially off. What's the almost plan C in our South African context?
So I think I'm gonna say this a little bit, maybe a little bit harshly, and that is the only people who are concerned about load shedding are people who are not driving electric vehicles. You know, the chances that load shedding is going to clash with your need to charge, and not this idea that EV drivers, I think that there's a perception that EV drivers have to charge all the time. You know, realistically, and Cara will testify, you know, maybe 2 or 3 hours a day is when you're charging. And the chances that 2 or 3 hours might fall into a load shedding period is extremely slim. And in fact, so slim that I've been driving electric vehicles with different vehicles. So I started with converted vehicles and went on to a Nissan Leaf in 2014 and then R3. But so I've been driving them for nearly 10 years now, more than 10 years. And there've been 2 occasions where load shedding has affected me. The first one was absolutely, I got home and I needed to go somewhere and I wasn't able to charge. So I just drove down to Menlyn Main where there was no load shedding. You can move a car. It's not stuck at my house. So I just drove to Menlyn Main, charged it up, and I went off, and I was fine. The second time it affected me was my fault. What happened was I arrived home one evening, and I thought, oh, great, everything's on. All the lights are on. It was great. I plugged my car in, and I didn't realize that we actually had load shedding. So I ran my batteries flat. And for the last hour and a bit of load shedding, we sat in the dark because I'd run the batteries flat. I was not popular. So load shedding absolutely doesn't make a huge impact. And if it really does, well, wait an hour, you can plug in and charge. You know, I don't think it's the end of the world.
Thank you, Vincent.
Thanks. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Sophia. Anybody else want to ask a question to the panel? All right, ladies and gents, seem to me they're happy. Let's do some closing remarks, and let's do Ibrahim, and then we'll go to Winston, and then we'll ask Carl to close for us with his closing remarks. So Ibrahim, some closing comments from your side.
Yeah, let me just for bandwidth reasons, I turned off my camera. So just to say, yeah, I think EVs are at an early stage of development, but they're moving up very rapidly. And the best analogy is really smartphones. So there's some research that's been done that once you get to about 15%, your adoption starts to be exponential. And we expect some of the market research shows that probably next year or the year after, you're going to reach that. It's about 8% today. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's going to be inevitable. Also, having driven an electric vehicle, my experience is that it's it's so close to like having an iPhone. It literally changes your whole view of mobility. And I don't know if any of you on the call have had the opportunity. You should try. There's a mini BMW trial in Sandton where you can rent an EV by the hour. It's, I think, 36 Rand. for each hour and then 10 Rand a kilometer, you should take an EV out for a drive, and then you'll understand why people who are going to EVs get so excited about EVs, because it's a real leap in terms of mobility. So I think from that perspective, the personal experience of driving an EV and also seeing what's happening in the industry is where the uptake will happen. I think we need to regulate, we need to have the regulations and the enabling framework, and that's where our project is really focused. We think there'll be more coordination between the departments going forward, and that's a good thing. Inevitably, everyone realizes that EVs are important to South Africa. It's one of the 3 pillars, as I mentioned, that the president mentioned, which is in terms of energy, sorting Eskom out, electric vehicles, and hydrogen. So those are really good keys to move forward.
Ibrahim, thank you so much for sharing with us, and we're looking forward to your project being implemented. And thank you for your sponsorship as well. Really appreciate that. Right, Winston.
No, I think absolutely we're in a time where it's going to explode. We're going to really see this going forward. I know there's lots of talk around the alternatives, but at the end of the day, electric will succeed. Electric is going to drive it. We will make it work. It's not going to be the type of impact that people are worried about in terms of the grid. There'll be some things we have to manage. We've got to be clever about this. We can't just go in blindly, but at the same time, it's not out of scope for us to be able to deal with that. I do believe that government, and somebody said it on a talk yesterday where they said, it's up to government and private sector, but actually it's up to government to move first. And I think that's the risk that we have. Private sector will step in, they will run this, they will make it a success. But we need government to move first. And that move first is certainly to equalize the taxes at the very least. Secondly, to try to even make it a little bit more attractive. I looked at a picture yesterday and it scared me. I looked at a picture that shows number of gigafactories built across Europe in the last few years. And it's 30 or 40 gigafactories that have been built across Europe for batteries. How many are built in South Africa? Nothing. And these are the forerunners to manufacturing. We can't manufacture without having local batteries. So we've got to start to get those steps in place. We've got to remove the taxes. We've got to invest immediately in being able to build the upstream things. And then the OEMs will start to invest in putting production on their own. And that will get us better priced EVs, more appropriate EVs for South Africa. And it'll keep us in that value chain that will preserve our motor industry. I'm really worried that our motor industry is at risk already in the long term. But you don't have to worry about infrastructure. It's good.
Thank you for that one, Winston. Really appreciate it. And we appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us. Carl, would you please share your closing comments?
Well, I can only support what Winston said. If we lose that export market for the vehicles and components we produce in South Africa, then our industry would really be in big trouble, if not the end of the industry. So we need to make this happen. We need to adapt very fast. We're already behind. We need to catch up, and we can. I mean, there's nothing that in this whole value chain of electric vehicles, battery manufacture, that we cannot do locally. But it's up to government to create the environment that it's attractive for private investors to invest in this industry. And that is really very important, because if you see no attraction to invest in an industry or take part in an industry, you're not going to do that. We need to understand that the people that invest need to see a return on their money. And therefore, you've got to make it attractive for them. Be that with incentives, be that with structures that you put in place, be that with preferential rates to certain things. I mean, that is just something that we have to do. And we have the expertise of people in the policy departments to create that environment. They know how to do that. I think we need to, I'm not quite sure what is wrong, but we need to fix this immediately. Otherwise, South Africa is going to suffer. And if the changes that are coming, if we don't participate, we're going to be left behind. And that means we are in the bad situation. That's the bad situation to be in. And everything that we would need then, we would need to import, because you won't be able to use your Your old vehicles, if there's no more fuel for them. Just think about that. When do people decide, okay, you bought a car now, Harry, and still I think early enough, but in a few years from now, you really would like to consider before you buy a petrol car, because where are you going to sell it? Are you going to get anything for the car? Is there anybody going to buy that car from you? And if there's no cars, who's going to produce the fuel for the cars? You know, that is a real serious situation that we are facing. And nothing in this industry is too far away from what we can achieve. I believe we can. We have the people in South Africa to do that. And this will create a lot of jobs and a lot of industrial development that we so need. Thank you.
Absolutely, Carl. Thank you for that wise word. Yeah, I think. Yes,
just one quick question. Just by vote of hand, if you drive an electric vehicle, or the next vehicle that you're going to drive, that you buy, is going to be electric, please raise your hand. I really think it's important, some sort of indication of,
there's a lot coming up.
You know, what that looks like. So there you go. Let's see. So your next vehicle is going to be, or you drive electric.
You can go to reactions and you can raise your hand.
Okay.
Even
Next
if you
time,
don't
Certainly, my new vehicle,
a thumbs up or something.
My vehicle I've just bought, definitely in a few years' time it will be converted to electric. So I think that's going to become a big business, and I believe the biggest hurdle on this stage is the price of the vehicles. And I think when that comes down, we're going to see a big difference in this space. Infrastructure is great. Now we need the vehicle pricing to come down. And that's
just a remark, if I may, Harry. Ibrahim, you are doing very important work. If you need any support from any of us, we are there to support you and to help you.
Yes. Absolutely. I see Joe from Austria still with us. Joe, you want to say a few closing remarks for us? Just why can't we hear you, Joe? Joe, we can't hear you.
Joachim, you are muted.
No, he's not muted. I don't know what's going on. Select another microphone.
Plug in your microphone.
You hear me now?
Yes.
So once again, thank you so much for the insights, especially to Winston and Cara. It's so interesting to look from Europe, what's going on your market, your thoughts, how you solve some problems. So thank you so much for the insights. It was very, very interesting. And I want to support what Cara said concerning used cars and selling used cars. This is a real issue now here as well. So if there's lots of people who are afraid of EVs and anxious because they don't get somewhere, blah, blah, blah. But they're even more afraid to buy now a vehicle, a diesel petrol vehicle for 50,000 or something like that, and lose all that money because nobody wants to buy this car in 2 or 3 years. So anxiety everywhere. But also very interesting, some of them already had a plug-in, which I personally think it's no good. But anyway, they found out that all the time to drive with this 50 kilometers plug-in, which is what they can do, it's much cheaper and comfortable to do that. And now asking, I only can go 50, why can't I go 100? That would be enough for everything I do. And so this plug-in can also be some kind of drug addict beginning to lead to a better world with EV only, without this plug-in stuff. So very interesting times where we go, and I think special Cara, you're very clear view where the journey is going to. And Winston, congratulations. We talked before to all what you achieved in South Africa is incredible. I'm still in talks with my bosses. I haven't forget that one, Winston.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for all the good advice and sharing knowledge. We really appreciate it. From the Transport Forum, thank you to all our panelists. Let's give them a big hand. And we look forward to seeing you guys again. The video obviously will be available on YouTube for many years to come. So thank you very much. You will receive an email requesting your feedback, and also we will share the Pegasus link should you need to talk to them about that project of theirs. The contact details will be included in that email as well. So guys, thank you very much again, and please take care. We see you next time again. Cheers.